Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Here we are, Thursday, February 19th. And markets are a little quiet. I mean, crude oil caught a bit again. We're going to talk about that as we take a quick look at the tape. I'll introduce the panel. We've got some great guests for you all today. Good morning, chat, by the way. Crude oil up a buck at 66.07. I know this is a little bit on the backs of Iran news escalating here, the potential of it escalating. And again, I think we would have been here anyway. So I think this news is just adding a little bit to the fire. We hope nothing happens over there, but I think this crude oil market was going to be bid anyway. Equities a little bit soft this morning, 68.80 in ES, down around 14. Nasdaq's off around 82 to 24,873. Russell off 8 to 26.54, and the Dow's off a buck 15 to 49,607. And then you've got gold pretty much flat, down $8. That is flat. It's back above 5,000. I think that's pretty interesting. We'll see how that goes throughout today. Silver's up modestly. I mean, again, basically flat, 77.73. Platinum's off 36 to 20.76. Copper's off almost 2% to 5.70 this morning. Bond market's selling off. If there was real fear, I wonder that the bond markets would be higher. Just my thoughts. I mean, again, I think crude oil is going to stay bid no matter what. Even if this doesn't happen with Iran, which, again, I hope it doesn't. Obviously, for people's sake, I still think crude oil stays bid. We've been talking about this. And everything is kind of flat against the dollar, a little bit of dollar strength against Swissy, a little bit of dollar strength against pound, flat against Aussie, pretty much flat against euro, and only as flat as could be against yen. Bitcoin this morning, sub 67,000 to 66,580. So not a super exciting tape, but that could change. Joining me live in the studio, as usual, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
And the man in the middle, Jimmy Cagnina, senior market strategist. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. Another glorious day on the island. Let's go.
And we say the man in the middle, but he's in the middle of our room, but on the screen he's on the end. So people are probably like, Deli's losing it. I'm not losing it. I still got it. And while we think about that, Shai, the news.
All right, so we have gotten news kind of during the European hours. We kind of had a little bit of a pullback during China hours for crude oil. Then there was an article that came out that says the U.S. will be ready to begin a war on Iran by Saturday. Donald Trump has been told, I guess defense officials had reportedly briefed the president that the formidable build-up of American aircraft and ships will reach the necessary level by the weekend for airstrikes to begin. That follows the movement of around 50 extra fighter jets, as well as air-to-air refueling tankers and other aircraft headed towards the Middle East this week, along with the second aircraft carrier strike group, the USS Gerald Ford. The Abraham Lincoln is already in the area. So the U.S. president is believed not to have decided yet whether or not to strike Iran this weekend or not, but he has been told that we will be ready to do so on his word. So we do have crude up a little bit on that. And then kind of tied into this, treasuries are heading for the worst run in a month on an inflation fear. So we're on the Treasuries are on the longest losing streak in a month as growing tensions between U.S. and Iran fuel oil-driven inflation fears. Now, this is so funny because we've been talking about how what are oil prices going to do when they get higher? What's that going to do to inflation? Well, suddenly everybody's now talking about, the possibility that we may have inflation from oil. Now, remember that crude and the 10-year yields are 88% correlated. So when everything was kind of moving sideways, not so correlated. But now that we have had this kind of rapid move higher in crude oil, it is affecting the yields or it is affecting U.S. Treasuries, at least the 10-year.
Just made the 10-year even more range-bound.
So, exactly.
Bless you if you're trying to trade the 10-year.
That's how
it's just impossible.
So that's how all of this is correlated, by the way, you guys. Yeah. Moving on, we had Walmart came out with earnings this morning. A little bit, they're issued forecasts for full year earnings kind of missed higher expectations. So they were down a little bit, kind of dragged the Dow down with it, just because of the weighting in the index. That said, Walmart typically offers conservative guidance at the start of the year before raising numbers in future quarters, but nonetheless was down on earnings. But given, it's up 14% this year so far, so not a huge deal, but it is dragging the Dow down this morning. Then we had a note out that the Sell America trade is a myth. So apparently, investors bought substantial amounts of U.S. assets in 2025, much higher than we thought they had, and likely to remain buyers in 2026. We had the Treasury tick data out, and the final report for 2025 showed that continued foreign demand for U.S. assets, with net inflows totaling $63 billion in December. So apparently, the Sell America trade, except for the month of April, and we know why, that was the only month that we saw outflows. Then we have Trump's going to deliver some remarks at 4 p.m. on the economy today. If you want to watch out for that. I mean, if you're still trading, futures don't close.
It's going to be
another
going to be positive comments. He's not going to tell us if there's anything wrong.
And then just quickly to go over data today. The only data we have all day is at 8:30. We have jobless claims, continuing claims, not expecting any surprises there. Wholesale inventories, retail inventories, Philadelphia Fed business outlook, imports, exports, and advanced goods trade balance. So a little bit of information. None of this is really going to affect the markets much, except for perhaps jobless claims and continuing claims. That said, again, really no surprises expected there. Everything looks kind of in line where it has been.
Yeah, I mean, the equities are going to get pushed and pulled and twisted and turned in every which way possible in this range. We talked about that, Craig, earlier this morning. And would you say it's the tightest range?
Since 1966 for the S&P, 2.7% range to start the year. So, you've been calling it violently unchanged, I think.
Yeah.
Sharply unchanged. That's a pretty good characterization. But we've seen that dispersion under the hood, right? There's been violence in both directions as the markets have been churning and rotating out of Mag 7, out of software, into other areas. And so, but with the S&P largely dictated by zero data expiry flows and sell vol strategies and quantitative flows, it's been pinned. But again, under the hood, the sectors have been moving all over the place. And so there's been a lot of action, a lot of unwind, a lot of quant factor stuff going on. It's not been a great year for multi-manager community or the quant community, kind of getting nicked up in these rotations. But yeah, the S&P has just kind of been churning there. But it's expiry week this week. VIX expiry was yesterday, and the VIX came in to start the day, and then as we kind of finish the day, we kind of get back to that 20 level, and that's basically where we are right now. And then regular options expiry tomorrow, decent size. SPX comes off the board in the morning. SPY and all the single stock stuff in the afternoon. So a lot going on. And as we talked about, when you get the traditional buyback flows from options moving away as we move into next week, the probability that the market could trade truer to what the fundamentals are doing goes up, because those quantitative flows are window of potential weakness. and so when there's a lot of other things going on, and just listening to Shai talk about the geopolitical stuff, and then the Walmart miss, and Klarna, another buy now pay later name, down 10% this morning. Some struggles in the low end consumer continue. The bond market, we've been talking about the rally in the bond market, and then you get a 2-day check back as oil moves higher, right? So there's a lot going on across assets. Bitcoin's been very soft. So we'll see. I think as the markets can potentially come unpinned as we move through this week, what's the catalyst that's going to drive us in either direction as we move forward? Potential catalysts are possible Supreme Court hearing tomorrow on tariffs, or next week. I heard an interesting take that the Supreme Court's not going to rule tomorrow because the State of the Union's on Tuesday, and they don't want to sit there and get berated by Trump publicly at Congress. So they're going to wait until after the State of the Union. And that's an interesting thought process. Potential for war, right? Hopefully we don't get there. But then the Olympics are closing ceremonies are this weekend, and Trump's not going to necessarily want to do something while the Olympics are still going on. So maybe that's a next week event. And then Nvidia earnings next week after the close, 225. Salesforce also reports after the close on the 25th. Big software name. Been the area of extreme pressure to start the year has been software. Be very interesting to hear what they have to say about the dynamics of AI and deflation and pricing power. People are going to be keyed in on those two earnings next Wednesday after the close. So a lot of events coming up that are going to, I think, make it difficult for people to just not have protection on, right? I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty here. And so, again, as we move through expiry, I think next week is going to be, very challenging, very choppy, and potentially, range-bound to down type week if we, if we don't thread the needle perfectly throughout all these events.
I just want to add really quick. What's interesting to me is we still have the NASDAQ down today on news. We did have news early this morning that OpenAI is going to get another $100 billion in funding in the latest round. And generally, when we've seen these companies get funding, we have seen the NASDAQ kind of get excited about that on the whole AI trade, but we're not seeing that this morning, which I just found interesting.
I mean, who wants to put risk on here? I mean, that's the problem. I mean, where you're wrong. It always comes down to that. It's not where you think they're going. Where you're wrong here. You're wrong on the lows or the highs at this point. It's hard. I mean, if multi-day traders like myself, I look at the S&P, it's like, where am I wrong? You can't lean on the opening price of the year anymore because it goes through it. It's just like just a revolving door. So, okay, I mean, they get to the VWAP and kind of staying below it. I mean, there's no like really simple technicals to look at it just to determine what we are. We're range bound. It's the bottom line. If we break out of this range with news, maybe, you don't want to see a market pull out of range and come right back in range again because that's what we've had. That's the worst. And so until we like clearly break out of this range, and when we finally do, going back to 2.7% SPX range, the tightest it's been in many, many years, okay, then maybe we expand and we double that range to the outside.
Right. Tightest range since Larry Williams started trading in 1966. This is what he told us yesterday. He's been in the business for 60 years, so it's the tightest range since he started.
You can see, here we go. That's unbelievable. He's been trading that long. What a great guy too, everybody. By the way, I put that picture. He and I we had dinner with him the other night. He hung out with us yesterday, and I said at dinner I did a little toast and I put a little tweet about it as well. I said all the things that you're going to learn from Larry. You're going to learn technicals. You're going to understand cycles. I mean, he's one of the best teachers out there. He's one of the best traders out there. But what you really learn from Larry, he's just one of the greatest guys. The way he carries himself, the way he's taking care of himself. He's 83 years old.
And he's running.
And he's talking to me about
the Senior Olympics.
He's like, I'm still Anthony trying to do high jump, and he's trying to do that. He's going to be 84, and just really, I mean, it's unbelievable. The guy's incredible. Again, he's just a great guy. And if there's anything I take from him, I mean, all the trading stuff is great, but the more you're around him, you see how he's handled himself over the years with nothing but class. So I'm glad that you guys enjoyed that.
My big takeaway from him, and it applies so much to day traders, when he said, take the points. That's such an important thing. So many folks decide to wait. Well, I want more. Take the points. Oftentimes you give it away. Don't do that. That was a great advice by Larry.
Yeah. Again, if you didn't catch that is on the YouTube channel. Go back and watch that later today. A couple things. Olympics ending this weekend. President Trump on Tuesday, addressing the nation, State of the Union. I don't think we do a big announcement with Iran. I mean, again, I think that he is unlikely to do anything with that. Again, I look at crude oil right now, and again, you don't know, but I wonder what happens. Kind of nothing happens with that. With the price of crude, I think that any pullback would be a buy again. And again, it really comes down to what he says. I think at this point, for what markets are going to do the next couple of days, and going even beyond that, Nvidia is likely to be what we're waiting for now. Unfortunately for index traders, I don't think they're going to see a lot of movement between now and then. I mean, maybe you get a lot of volatility in the range. And if Nvidia slips by any measure, I mean, look what the NASDAQ has been doing. Can't be good. Was it 7%? What percentage of it is?
Yeah, about 7. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, 7% of the index, one stock. So again, You can't play for news right now. Everybody is basically what I'm saying. It's like you can't anticipate it. Don't anticipate President Trump is going to go to war with Iran.
It's actually 9%.
9%.
Well, don't anticipate that he's not either.
Don't anticipate. That's what I'm saying. Either way, I mean, don't be buying crude because you think it's going to happen. Don't be selling it because you don't think it's going to. I mean, again, I wouldn't go home with anything this weekend anyway. But also, don't be having that hidden bias throughout the day, anticipating that an announcement's going to come. Because again, whether I think it's going to happen or not, go back to what Shai said. I mean, we just don't know. And again, this market is not a clean enough tape for me to have any positions on anyway. So don't over anticipate it. Don't overthink it. Jimmy, let's take a look at the tape. S&P down nearly 19 at 68.75 and change. Nasdaq's off $100 to 24,854. Russell's off about 8 to 26.54. Dow's down $1.25 to 49,000 roughly 600. Crude oil again up $1. I think we'd be here anyway. The news is just helping it. We'll see. We'll see what crude does today. I mean, if we don't get any news today, can crude sustain this rally? I think it can, but any sort of pullbacks again, favorite look on the tape. Natural gas this morning's up 42 ticks to 305. Heating oil is up 1.5% to 246. Gold pretty much flat, just above 5,000 again to 5,004. Copper off nearly 2% to 569. Silver pretty much flat to 77.67. Platinum 20.66 off 46 points. Bond market 117.11 down 9. And you got the 10-year yield this morning back to 4.1. It just probably got close to touching 4% and has come right back up to 4.1. Again, we talked about the reasons why. Rally and crude oil, worry about inflation. You start seeing the bond market get sold. Another market that's just, sharply unchanged, just range bound. It is what it is. Dollar mixed everything today. Aussie's a touch strong against it. I mean, strong, it's up a little bit. Pound is a touch weak to 134.57. Euro, a touch weak against the dollar to 117.70. Yen pretty much flat. Swissy is off a little bit against the dollar to 129.25. And Bitcoin, again, 66,400 and change. I mean, Bitcoin just keeps, it tries to hold a rally. It just can't. Jimmy, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, first thing I noticed this morning, in the equity markets, they just seem heavy. I know it's kind of a weird thing to apply to an equity index, but it just seems heavy right now. I mean, S&P right now is trading below that November anchored VWAP. It's trading below the yearly VWAP, trading below the yearly open. I don't know, 3, 4, 5 of the last 6 candles are red. It just seems like the E-mini S&P, as an example, is heavy, and that's creating a kind of a bearish bias for me. And I'll cover some charts on that report on the E-mini S&P. But the thing that really surprised me this morning, I was looking at copper. Copper is it's a really systematic sell-off overnight, and it continues to go down. We're below that. We're below some levels in copper, particularly that $6 level, and it just can't recover. So, I don't know if if Dr. Copper is truly an indicator of what's going on in the global economy, but I'm surprised it's not more buoyant than the other metals right now. So that was the second kind of surprise, and then we'll cover crude crude's got some great weekly and daily charts. We'll cover that in the Edge report in a minute. The Treasury bonds, I just think it's a regular retracement right now from a technical point of view. There's no giant kind of move. We're back into that November, December long-term trend channel right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if we stayed there for a little bit longer.
Yeah, copper is surprising me a little bit. I look at this chart and it's just, it looks like it's made a top.
Part of the reason for that is now that we kind of have sort of these inflation fears, and we heard the Fed minutes yesterday, and it sounded like that some may want rate hikes, and now we have this inflation fear from crude oil, and so that is pulling on copper this morning as well.
Yeah. Well, it's a tough year. If you're looking for any sort of trends to stick your teeth into and try and ride, besides crude oil, I've seen nothing. It's really the only market I've had any real success in this year, and I've stayed patient with it. I've not done anything crazy with it, but it's like, I've been waiting for dips. I buy them. I've been covering them. I'm not holding them. Not huge positions, but again, I look at everything else. Equities, I tried shorting it, 3, 4 times. I was wrong 3 times, right once. I'm like, best of luck with that. no interest in trading S&P in the middle of the range right now. I mean, just none. Craig, again, this environment, it's really hard to dissect. Again, great for day traders. If you like two-way tapes, look at our traders during the day. If you're just focusing on short-term signals, which I know most of you do, we try to give you a little bit outside of that so you understand kind of what's going on in the tape beyond it. If you're short-term trading, man, none of it matters. Take your short-term signal long or short, work your stop, let it happen. We don't have a primary trend that's like favoring one side or the other in the metals, in the equities, the bonds.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, this is a weird economy. It's a weird market. The K-shaped economy is creating these dichotomies between wealthy folks and the working class. Then you have this AI CapEx story, and then you have tremendous uncertainty about whether it's going to be inflationary or deflationary. Is it going to be inflationary first, deflationary later? What's going to mean for profit margins? Certain companies are really going to benefit. Many companies are going to be at risk. And so I think as we have transitioned into 2026, folks are trying to figure this all out. And it's confusing, right? I mean, and you're seeing the speed of the moves, not necessarily at the index level, but certainly at the single stock and the sector ETF level are violent, right? I mean, there's plenty of stocks in the software industry down, 20, 30, 40% year to date. That we're 6 weeks in, right? That's big moves for companies that have been darlings of the tape for the last decade or so. And then there's names on the other side that are up 20, 30, 40%. So there's a lot of position shifting going on, and again, just general uncertainty, right? I think the dynamic of AI, how deflationary is it going to be, and how quickly is that going to happen? How much white collar work displacement is going to happen? How quickly is that going to happen? People are trying to figure this all out in real time, and markets are open, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, Bitcoin 7 days a week, right? And you often see price action and try to create a narrative around it, and there really is there's no narrative, right? Bonds are rallying, we're trying to articulate reasons why things are moving, and often there's nothing. It's just it's the flows, it's the quants, it's the levels, it's options, and so sometimes we can get twist-tied trying to come up with explanations for why things are moving, and really it's just positioning and the like. But yeah, it's been a challenge for sure here. But look, I mean, I think we have to ultimately decide, or the market's got to ultimately decide, how strong is this economy already in the midst of a cyclical reacceleration? PMIs have been better, or is the labor market really softening, and that displacement is going to start to accelerate? I think we'll start to know in the next few weeks and months, but we're not there yet. That certainty, the uncertainty or certainty, is not there.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that is clear, the indexes, for all things considered here, they've had a time correction. We've not made new all-time highs. Take out the Russell and the Dow. Let's talk about the two big boys. We've had a time correction now, and now the question is going to be, have the indexes taken enough on the chin? And, I saw somebody, I think it was Kimberly, talking about, she goes, I think, Nvidia is going to make new highs. I mean, again, I do think Nvidia is the biggest news coming up in the next 5 days. Again, President Trump can't change that, and it's unpredictable, so I can't really kind of look at that. But really what I do know the market's going to take note of is going to be Nvidia. I mean, it just is. It's the big boy. It's 9% nearly of the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's been the weakest market. Everybody looks to it for leadership. Again, a miss, I just don't think it could accelerate us lower. And one in line would just be like, are you kidding me? If it's just perfect and the stock doesn't do much, I don't know. What's the vol on that? What's expected?
It's going to be, the vol is massive. And it'll now that we have 0 day, you have the trading for Friday, you'll have option trading for Monday. It's after the close on Wednesday, so I don't even think the options are Wednesday. I don't remember what time they come out. I'll have to think about that. So, but volatility is going to be jacked for Nvidia.
Yeah, there you go.
Absolutely. The daily chart looks a little head and shouldery. Saying.
You know what? We're going to have Trader Mayne on here. He was doing a live last night, and he was talking about that pattern. So if you guys don't know Trader Mayne, get ready to get to know him a lot better. He's my guy. He's great. He's going to be on here with us this morning. CEO, co-founder of Breakout, and part of the overall Kraken Payward team. So we might be announcing something with Mr. Mayne. So he'll be on here shortly. Looking forward to that. Shai, we've got a minute left. I want to do 30 seconds with you and 30 seconds with Jimmy. We didn't talk about metals. Maybe we go there. Just thoughts on metals. Gold's back above 5,000.
Yeah, gold's holding above 5,000. Silver is flat on the day. We've got palladium and platinum down. Those are more industrial metals. That's not surprising with copper down as well. Again, this is on fears that maybe the Fed has to hold on for longer without cutting rates because we see this inflation fear come. And so it's not surprising we see industrial metals down at this point, and gold and silver basically sideways. We're up overnight. But, I think the pressure of maybe the Fed has to hold off and Warsh doesn't get people on board, looking at, what was said in the Fed minutes yesterday, is kind of spooking the metals markets a little bit.
Quick final word before we get to the edge report.
Dollar up, yields up, oil up. It's typically not a good sign for equities.
It just isn't. They're, if they're looking for something for a reason to rally, they're not finding it in the tape, right? It would have to come somewhere else. I'm totally with you. Again, it's failed at unchanged for the year again for the 47th time. 69th time is Farm probably would say. It's in the math, everybody. Speaking of math, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with crude oil, and let's take a bigger picture look right now. I have a weekly chart up on the screen right now, and other than this kind of loosely fitting trend line going down, touching the tops, kind of focus down at this commitment to trader chart at the bottom of the screen, and you could kind of see how these peaks for the large specs or valleys from the hedgers kind of correspond with peaks of price, right? Almost perfectly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's fast forward to today, and you could see we still have a long way to go to get one of these peaks for on the large specs being net positive, or or a valley, I guess you would call it, for the hedgers being net short right now. So what that suggests to me is there is room on the upside just from that part of it alone right now. We'll keep an eye on the commitment of traders report as they mature over time. But again, that peak high, ultimately, I think Deli might be right. We're not quite there yet. We got some room to go. Kind of pushing into a daily chart. We have a September high here. It's a double top, right? We hit that again on the 29th of January. We're almost there for a third time right now. Pretty big candle up. So we'll see if we break on through that or if it actually becomes resistance or not, technically speaking. And that's approximately 66.42. We're way away from this VWAP here. This is kind of anchored VWAP from the lows on January 7th. So that's not really in play. And then ultimately, my bottom line here is 62.36, where we had this swing high. RSI is kind of looking up, is nice. It's driving up toward that 70 level. Intraday, we do have some pretty good targets here as well. Let's take a peek. We have a volume deficit right here. This is that rectangle I kind of highlighted. This is kind of defining support, bottom of the value area. Totally makes sense. We just kind of shot above that during the London IB. London IB was very, very bullish. We kind of gave it all back, but now we're marching up again toward that swing high we just mentioned, and that was at 66.48. We're past the Jax 3, we're past the blind spot and all of that stuff, and there's a lot of blank space until you get up to $67, and there's Jax 2 and that one-day max both at the same place. On the downside here, Jax 1's kind of defining the bottom of the conversation here, short of some peace and love kind of comment coming out of the White House. Probably we won't see that today. I don't know. But we also have previous sessions highs on the downside as well, pretty close to that blind spot too. So there's some areas of interest there on crude oil. Let's shoot over really quickly and just look at it intraday on Dr. Copper. If I could find Dr. Copper, here it is. And this is that orderly sell-off that I talked about. It started during the London IB, got a little bit of relief, and then just continued on. This is just a very, very orderly sell-off today. We just passed that high vol level and that one-day min, that MenthorQ level. These things are really great levels, and that's 5.70. Previous session's lowest, next stop down, and then the put support is down around 5.65. Doesn't look like there's going to be much relief on the upside here, but you do have that Jax 1 that we already broke through at 5.7. I'd keep my eye on that for some kind of retracement back up to the upside. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shai, preview the news.
All right, so we have the big one that we're watching, obviously, is going to be initial claims expected to 25,000. Prior was 227,000. So relatively unchanged. And same with continuing claims, 1.860 million is the survey, 1.862 million was the prior. So this is kind of just in line where we've kind of been. I think the market to really move on this is going to have to see a number that's really outside of that, whether it's, to the downside or to the upside. I think like 350 would spook the market for certain.
Okay. Yeah, we got 10-year up. I'll be looking at that. I know most of you have indexes up anyway. And I just want to see what the bond market's going to do on this.
All right, came in at 206, so less claims than expected, and continuing claims just a skosh higher at 1.869. So better than expected jobless claims numbers.
Yeah, again, you want to try and poke holes in it?
No.
It's a little thing with Craig. He's thinking about
the only thing I would say is it's a kind of a holiday week in their dynamic in play. But Philly Fed actually also came out a bit better than expected, 16.3 versus 7.5, which is counter to what Empire survey was yesterday, which was dismal and was at a 5-year low. So, look, I think that's indicative of an economy that's challenging to understand. Different parts of the economy are doing good, different parts are doing poorly, different regions are doing well, some are doing poorly. A fair bit of uncertainty. I do think the Fed minutes yesterday, which we didn't really talk about that much, were marginally more hawkish than not. There was some discussion, which I think is fascinating, that there are some members who wanted to introduce language that talks about two-way action in the Fed's next move again. So there is a cohort there that's thinking if inflation is not going to be moving down to 2% anytime soon, clearly we're not being restrictive. We should be thinking about hiking rates. And so It's just something that was thrown into the minutes that clearly there was a discussion about it. So the idea that the Fed's going to be quickly cutting rates here is basically non-existent. And even when Warsh gets into power, his ability to move things rapidly is quite low as well. So
very low.
It's just it's a dynamic that's not necessarily something you trade on today, but just in the back of your mind, like every little data point that comes in, let's say weaker than expected, we shouldn't automatically assume that's going to lead to a rate cut in March or in April.
Jimmy, what did you see coming out of this data? Anything coming out at you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to keep an eye on that E-mini S&P level. If we start making new lows right now, we have a really nice target at JAX1 at 68.50, which corresponds with the previous session's lows. And then beyond that one-day min by MenthorQ is on my radar screen. It's right next to a blind spot at 65.25. So, again, it's feeling heavy to me, and we'll see. Hopefully I'm wrong, but I just feel like we're going to start making new lows here.
I mean, again, if you look at the tape outside of the chart, which is, not what most of you do. It's what we do a little bit. Crude oil price is higher. Bond market. I mean, bond market's really kind of giving you nothing, right? I think crude oil is really kind of the X factor here. The fact that it keeps going up. I think if you look at anything out there, again, if you look at anything at the tape outside of the charts that go, what would make me bullish or bearish? I would say there's one thing that would make me a little bearish, and it's the fact that crude oil is going up.
Well, because it'll weigh on inflation. And, aside from the Iran story, we really have to look at, there's a lot of other things happening under the hood that I've been talking about and was the basis for my thesis that oil is going higher this year, right? We have lower production from Russia, much lower than we had initially thought. They're down last year, another 3.5%. We have aging wells. We had Continental say they're stopping production in the back end for Q1 because oil prices were too low. And even though oil prices are higher than they were, what oil companies need is a sustained higher oil price for that to be good for them. So oil companies, just so everybody knows, don't look at the day-to-day price. They look at, what does it look like over the last 6 months? Is it profitable for me to continue drilling in that region? And so we are seeing oil companies pull back a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, oil now, the recent high in oil was 66.48, and the overnight high tonight is 42. I mean, oil, again, bounced on that number. Craig, dive into that a little bit because, hearing me say oil going up maybe isn't bullish for equities. I mean, I think always a little inflation and crude oil going up in a strong economy is a positive. But in this situation, the way I see things right now, I'm not so sure oil going up is a benefit to stocks.
Yeah. I this vision of my mind of President Trump spinning plates, right, with the sticks and the plates are all spinning, and he's trying to keep all the plates going up.
We can make that happen with AI now.
I think I did it once. I'll throw that up on my feed. But look, he wants to placate a lot of different constituencies on a variety of different topics. He talks about the record stock market. He's trying to address affordability. He wants to be, strong geopolitically, but also be the guy who promotes world peace. But one of the things that he's consistently been talking about or trying to talk about is lower oil prices. And so as oil is creeping higher, it starts to handcuff him in his ability to do things geopolitically, right? I mean, we can't really, I don't think he wants to find himself in a situation where oil has spiked to 75, 80, 85. I think what's going on here is not necessarily, well, look, the buildup is part of it, but I think Iran probably recognizes this too, right? The Achilles heel for Trump is higher oil prices and the impact on the U.S. consumer. Closing the Strait of Hormuz would create something that makes it more difficult for the president to act. And so I think that's probably more of what we're seeing here is this geopolitical premium rising. But yeah, it's not something that's necessarily going to get the Fed to act, right? The Fed's not going to, I still think this Fed's never going to raise rates under this administration. But higher oil prices is just another thing that crimps the consumer wallet share, right? It's another thing that makes it difficult for the consumer to do anything. And so it winds up being deflationary ultimately because the consumer is spending more money on oil that just goes to the oil companies and less money on everything else. So
it impacts the consumer immediately.
Exactly. And the polling data is already terrible. And this is, go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, no, the related market, I mean, the heating oil market right now is also catching a bid. This is ultra low sulfur diesel, and this is what powers the supply chain also. We're shooting up toward that swing high that we saw in November again right now, a couple of big green gnarly candles. So, heating oil is also going to, kind of contribute to the cost of stuff going forward. So that's another indicator that, hey, maybe we're going to have some more sticky inflation coming back.
Yeah, again, I go back to you're looking for equities to make a move when energy is already making a move. And so to me, that's where my energy is going. My energy is going towards the energy markets. I'm not trying to be funny here. I mean, it wasn't that funny anyway, but I couldn't think of another word. I'm on the spot right now. This is live, right? So yeah, is this live? Again, that to me is where the clearest trends are. And again, bond markets get pulled back in, equities. Oh yeah, we could speculate all we want until we break out of this range. I believe nothing. And I go back to I'm going to go into Trader Mayne in this next segment. I'm going to talk to him about Nvidia because he was bringing that up, like I said last night with him. I do think that is going to be the key. If we break out of this yearly range prior to that, that would be somewhat interesting to see what that would lead into Nvidia. It would have to be some other news, I would think. And Jimmy, going back to 6850 as the MenthorQ levels, I do think that's 6850, but really 6800 is really the level, right?
That's really
we
where
go back to 6800,
and you start getting acceleration to the downside. I'm not right at 6800, but the longer we hold under there, it certainly could get an acceleration for certain.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's do a quick around the horn, and then we're going to get to Trader Mayne. Final thoughts, we'll go Jimmy, Shai, and then Craig. Jimmy, final thoughts going into today's trade.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep an eye on the equities. We're going to see, keep an eye on that relationship between the NASI and the E-mini S&P. We'll see if that NASI leads or not, and then make some decisions on what to do with the E-mini S&P, kind of big picture. Crude, be careful with crude. Remember, any kind of news story here could just violently move this thing one way or the other. So make sure you have your stops in place if you have a position.
Shai?
Yeah, and just to add on that, I probably would not look to hold crude into this weekend for any reason whatsoever, because the market could be disappointed that
you're just
something didn't happen, and if something, you just never know. So just be careful with that market. And I think there's going to be a lot of intraday opportunities in gold and silver, actually, because we're seeing a lot of volatility in those markets.
Yeah, as much as I like I like to take risk. I mean, I've been in that business, right? And I wouldn't be in any positions going into this weekend, man. It's especially crude oil. I mean, crude oil, it could be up or down $2-3.
You know, and I don't
it's still not changed
think
much.
equities would necessarily like a war either.
No.
I mean, the initial reaction would not
Why
be
would
pretty.
you want to? Yeah, I mean, nothing worse than waking up or seeing the Sunday night when it gets up or down and you're just, you got to hit the bid or the offer. Been there. Craig, final thoughts.
Big macro catalysts next 7 days, right? Potential for tariffs, potential for war, Trump State of the Union, Nvidia. I'd even throw the CRM news in there as well. A lot going on. VIX's expiry was yesterday. Options expiry tomorrow. I think hedges are appropriate here. I don't think vol is too big. Kind of get yourself through next week and the events. And if we have the perfect trip, we can make new highs. But we could, if not, then I think we're headed for some more downside momentum.
All right, panel. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Next up, we are going to be going to, Shai's still with me.
still here.
Hi,
Hi,
Shai.
how you
Hey,
doing?
how are you? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, no, next up we got Trader Mayne, of course, and we've got Nick and Jack. And then we've got Salma, Leo. So jam-packed panel today. Shai, we will see you in chat. Thanks for doing this with
right.
me, too, by the
Yeah,
way. I
of
appreciate you
course.
being here. All right. Let's bring in Mayne. What's up, Mayne?
Hey, how are ya?
Good, man. I saw you hopping on a live last night. Listen, dude, I got a lot of questions for you, man. First off, I mean, what was that game you were playing, man? I mean, like, what is going on? I'm watching you. I'm like, this dude's flipping video games for, thousands of dollars. It did get me a little jealous. I was trying to figure out how all of a sudden I could pick up a few grand doing that too. What was that?
Sometimes that's what trading feels like. It's a game called Lamb Chop. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to entertain the audience while crypto is just kind of in the midst of this bear market. Unfortunately, we're not talking about potential all-time highs, maybe Nvidia earnings coming positive, setting us to, soaring higher. Crypto seems to be just completely disjointed, didn't catch any of the upside bid on gold and silver, and now is presumably leading to the downside. So I'm just trying to keep things, light and entertaining for people as, this bear market really in Bitcoin is in swing.
Yeah, man, it's, Bitcoin, a little bit of a bear market, you could say, and then you've got equities that are just really not doing much. So our two worlds really not favorable right now. We talked about energy this morning. That continues to be where it is. You follow energy much?
I do. I'm the one thing I'm also watching very, very acutely. Obviously, we have Nvidia earnings. Is just the job market. Like, we had some major revisions, right, over the last year. I think this is the most that they've marked down the jobs reports since 2020, which makes me think that the economy, or the job market at least, is not as strong as they're kind of purporting it to be. So that's something that I'm watching quite closely with regard to the equities market, and whether or not we are kind of, potentially having this kind of weak rollover before a down move, or if we're going to get that one more push higher. I think that's going to be something to watch. Energy for sure. Obviously, we have what's going on with all these ships and aircraft carriers moving over towards Iran. A little bit worrisome. So lots to pay attention to. I do agree. I think going into this weekend, maybe not the best weekend to be holding positions blindly, but maybe we're going to get some action here.
Yeah, no doubt. And before we get into the trenches a little bit, talk about what your outlooks maybe are for Bitcoin, what you're thinking about Nvidia earnings next week. Because like I said, I saw you cover that last week. You got the breakout hat on. You got the Kraken tee. We're all part of the same family now under Payward. You got Ninja, Breakout, Kraken. We've got Backed. We've got X stocks. We've got all this coming together, man. It's and it's an exciting time for all of us. So we're part of the same family here. Let the NinjaTrader family know a little bit more about what you got going on with Breakout.
For sure. So we are a crypto-only prop firm. We were acquired by Kraken in September. And we are super excited, obviously, to be not just part of the Payward family, but now being, kind of related to NinjaTrader here, because I think we have a similar mission. But we are, if you're a prop trader already, we're very similar to what you could find in the future space, find in the FX space when it comes to prop, but purely crypto. So I think what's exciting for us is now that we're part of this big family is anyone who is already familiar with Ninja, you work with a Ninja client, you're familiar with prop, we give you an opportunity to kind of dabble in the crypto market without having to put both feet in, setting up wallets, doing all these things that might be seen as a barrier to entry to get into crypto. You can sign up with us, trade with your credit card, and this weekend, when everyone's wondering how the stock market's going to open Sunday night, you can be speculating on Bitcoin and Ethereum, Solana, and all of those meme coins. So we're 24/7, we're 365. We've got kind of pretty straightforward, transparent, easy rules to understand. And now that we're working with obviously Kraken and Ninja, we're going to be just improving the product, coming up with a new terminal here in a couple of weeks. It's based on Kraken Pro. That's going to be super exciting, but it's been a crazy ride over the last 3.5 years, and we're just excited to see where things go from here.
Oh, dude, I think you guys are going to continue to kill it with Breakout. I'm super pumped for the Ninja audience to get the flavor for it. Definitely go check out what my guy Mayne is doing there. I think you could show your charts. Maybe we dig into things a little bit and see what's on Trader Mayne's list right now of things that he's keeping an eye on.
Yeah, I think I'm screen sharing. Can you guys see here?
Yep, we're good.
Perfect. So the Bitcoin chart, not pretty. not pretty. We kind of had this divergence between the Bitcoin chart and really between equities. And it's been pretty drastic and unfortunate because I think a lot of us crypto traders, we were expecting, so the green line here is the S&P, and then obviously the lower chart there is Bitcoin. And I've always viewed crypto, at least for the last handful of years, as a high beta tech stock. A lot of people have made this argument that Bitcoin is this, new gold, it's this store of wealth. And in my opinion, Bitcoin has never done anything to prove that it's actually the new gold. It's this store of wealth, it's this recession-proof asset class. In my opinion, crypto has actually just reacted a lot more like a very much risk-on asset, and it trades very similar to a tech stock. It trades very similar to the Russell, to Nvidia, to the S&P 500 at the end of the day on a more macro scale. And you can see we're very much lockstep. I mean, coming out of the COVID lows, we had basically just more beta to the upside. Coming out of the tariff lows, we bounced the same as equities, but where we kind of diverged was on October. So October, equities had one more leg up. Gold and silver obviously went nuts, and you can just kind of see this very clear divergence in crypto. We had a massive kind of circuit breaker like event in crypto on October 10th, where a lot of coins, got nuked, for lack of a better term. There's liquidity issues. Some players, some dead bodies are starting to float to the surface in terms of what happened, but we kind of just didn't get that last upswing of the bull run. So now everyone initially, me included, thought crypto was maybe lagging and was going to catch up on the upside here to gold, silver, to equities for this last leg up. And it just never happened. And now I wonder if crypto might actually be leading to the downside, because I'm of the belief that equities are due for a correction at some point this year. I think I'm pretty confident in a retest kind of these tariff tantrum highs. And I think that pullback is what's going to drive the final leg, hopefully, in this bear market for crypto. Overall, I think the good news about Bitcoin, I think we're pretty well into this sell-off already. 50% off the high, several months after making an all-time high. And if you're a follower of the 4-year cycle like I am, where Bitcoin kind of goes through these 4-year, similar to the stock market, 4-year kind of up moves and down moves. We've basically topped 4 years after the last all-time high every single time since 2008 and 9, which is crazy to think about, but it's worked out quite that easily. We're several months into this already. So I'm really looking for a little bit more downside on crypto. And I think this last leg down, that I'm looking towards 50K, 40 to 50K, I think is pretty good deep value long term for Bitcoin in an asset class I still believe in an asset class in which I still believe will make new all-time highs. I think a little bit more downside, and I think this last downside leg is going to be generated by equities. So if equities get a new push to all-time high, I could see Bitcoin giving us some sort of underside retest, maybe back into the 80s and 90Ks before that next leg down. If equities are ready to give up the goat already, I wouldn't be surprised if we just get similar to this consolidation and we just get that one more leg down. So that's kind of my thoughts on Bitcoin overall. I think we're in a bear market. I think 50% through the down move already is a good sign, right? We're 50% off the high. Generally, bear markets, we go down to about 70 to 80%. So still some downside left, but I do think we're getting closer to an area of deep value than, further away, which is great news.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think that we're getting closer to the end here. I mean, not much. I mean, percentage-wise, obviously, it could be a decent percentage move here, but point-wise, it's hard to see it. I mean, unless it's going away, which we know it's not. That story's kind of been debunked. I think that crypto should find a bid at some point soon. I think in the mid-50s. Linda Alden was on earlier this week, and she talked about, I think she said 54K is kind of what she was looking at. Again, For me, from a charting perspective, I do think so too as well. If it gets back down there, I'm kind of chopping in the bid. I was long a bunch of spot. I dumped it, and then I've been waiting. I haven't bought it on this recent move. It's just dead. And then one of the things that Lynn said, and I'm kind of curious what you think about this because you've been on this following Bitcoin as long as anyone I know. She said a lot of times when you get like these moves lower, what's interesting about Bitcoin versus like equities is that it doesn't V bottom. It typically like makes this long duration of time on the lows. Have you noticed something similar like that?
Absolutely. It's a process. It's a process in Bitcoin. You can look at historically all of these kind of bottoms here. It's multi-month consolidations really, which is nice because you get time. It's not something you need to be there and be like, okay, on the day I got to smack the bid. It's not like, the tariff tantrum lows here where you had, a couple of days, if not one singular day, to buy that low, and then it was up only ever since. You usually get these long periods of consolidation. You usually get some sort of fake out for further downside. I've always bought Bitcoin bottoms in a range. I've never tried to snipe the low. I'm always a believer in trying to catch the meat of the move, not the absolute pico bottom. So that range for me, I think, is in between kind of 40 to 55K, and I'll start probably nibbling on a move sub 60, and I'll weigh those bids more heavily as we go down. And then what I usually look for is just some sort of confirmation. So if you look at the last bottom here, we had exactly that, right? We had a very clear range, kind of a fake out to the downside. I'm looking to accumulate in that kind of a range. And then when you get that clear range break, that's when you look to add kind of your final position and then, hopefully ride this thing for a pretty significant upside trend.
Yeah, and it tells you too, when you're looking to execute this on the way down, you don't need to be the first in, because they don't V bottom typically. You could ease your way into this position because if you're in too early, even if you're going to hold for the duration, you got that time where that it chews away at that mental capital. And again, for me, the success I've had is by not using leverage and really by staying patient with spot. And that's where I've made the most money in crypto. I'll use leverage if I think there's a short-term low and then I go to the futures for it or high, and I'll step in for a quick trade. But for the most part, I think where the real money is made is by not using leverage, by using spot and by accumulating in areas, ranges where you think they're going to be good and not being too much of a hurry. And then eventually it kind of happens.
Totally.
I want to go to ETH because Ethereum has just been. I mean, I don't even know where it is. I know it's probably sub 2,000 right now. I haven't checked it in like a day or so. But what's going on there, man?
I would, by most accounts, consider this a failed cycle. We made a new all-time high, but barely. I think a lot of ETH thunder was stolen by Solana this cycle. The argument is that Solana is simply just better at ETH at what it does. It's cheaper, it's faster, and ETH never really had that run that we were all expecting, where this last bull market, ETH lagged behind Bitcoin. And then when Bitcoin started topping, generally what happens is Bitcoin will go up, ETH and altcoins will lag. And then once Bitcoin starts its kind of distributive topping process, ETH gets this, month or two alt season where it leads the charge. And that's what you saw last cycle. You saw ETH lag. And then when Bitcoin started its distributive top process, like ETH doubled in, a month. And we saw that push to a significantly higher high. Out of the bear market lows, I mean, ETH still rallied, right? I mean, the bottom was $800. It went as high as almost 5,000. That's a big trade if you bought near the lows and you sold near the highs. But I think everyone's expectation on ETH was much higher and much better than this, and it just didn't come to fruition. I think, like I said, Solana stole a lot of that thunder. Ended up going from $8 to over 300, basically 295. So I think ETH was a disappointment, and we're already, this to me looks just kind of like a big, ugly range, and unfortunately, I wouldn't be surprised. This is very rare. Like, this has never happened for Bitcoin, for example. It's never made a new low below the low of the prior bear market, right? So once it left that low at 15K, we never went back there. The cycle before that, the low was 3K, et cetera. So ETH bear market low is $800. Looking at this chart, I don't think $800 is completely out of the question. I think downside, similar to Bitcoin, I think there's more coming. My initial area of interest is below this low at just under 1,400, where I start to get interested. I think it's pretty cheap, kind of long term. And I do think ETH rallies again, but I don't know if ETH makes a significant all-time high or an all-time high ever again. We don't know. That's one of the things with crypto is outside of Bitcoin, some of these coins, after they make that initial run, they have their time in the sun. Many of them never reach those highs again. It's one of the best parts of crypto because you have all of this asset selection. There's so much out there where you can chase these moves, these pumps. But at the same time, there's only so much money and there's constantly more and more coins. And so it's very easily you get caught in the wrong one and you end up being a bag holder. And if you don't have the discipline to cut and run, right? I think if you were holding ETH, you underperformed everything, right? You underperformed Bitcoin this entire cycle. So I think under $1,400, I like Ethereum, but my gosh, if you can get ETH in 3 digits again, I feel like you have to buy. And even if it never goes to all-time high again, $800 to $900 ETH, $1,000 ETH, I think there's a 2 to 3x in there at least. But overall, very disappointing.
Yeah, and this is a market I use futures for. I like ETH futures. I mean, I'll own spot as well, but this is one where if it were to get down there, I go to futures because this is when I want to use leverage. Because I think if I find a good technical spot, I'm not going to just load in all in a bunch of spot. I'll use the leverage for that. We've got only a couple of minutes left. I want to talk about Nvidia next week, and I think this is going to be really what sets the tone for equities. I know we're talking about all these other things that could potentially move the equity market right now. As you know, S&P and NASDAQ have been totally range bound. We talked about this already. Crypto is just kind of sitting there near the recent lows. Bond market's range bound. The only thing really showing us anything is oil. But I think Nvidia can change that for equities. This is, I don't know if you heard this stat earlier, since 1966, it's the tightest SPX range this far into the year at 2.7%. I mean, this is crazy. Wow. How tight it is. Coming off of the volatility that we've seen, you would never expect that, and in like a Trump presidency, to have the first 6-7 weeks of the year be the smallest range we've had, and here we are. But I think Nvidia could change that. So, what are you seeing coming into next week, or what are your thoughts on equities, I guess, in general?
I guess you're gonna want to watch the VIX. I think we had a moment like this last year as well, where it felt like the entire fate of the world was lying on Jensen's shoulders, where everything was looking rather grim. And we were effectively waiting to see if Nvidia was going to beat earnings and kind of save the market. And they did beat earnings. So I think if you look at something like Polymarket, the market there is massively skewed towards, and this is one of my favorite things to use things like Polymarket for. Everyone is on Nvidia beating earnings, right? So it's similar to when you watch like the CPI announcements or the FOMC rate cuts. Now with Polymarket, you can do the same thing with all these earnings calls, right? You can bet on, you can see what people are speculating on. And it seems like everyone is in consensus that Nvidia is going to beat earnings. I hope for the sake of the markets that they do beat earnings. I think this is a pretty clean setup, though. Like outside of earnings happening, this looks like a bull trap to me. And what I love about these types of setups is they give you just a super clear invalidation. So if you want to short this market, if you're expecting that, this thing's going to roll over, maybe they miss earnings, you know exactly where this idea is wrong. It's above that new high. And if the bulls can start reclaiming this 195 level, I think this probably pushes the entire market up. This chart setup looks the exact same as the setup on the Dow to me, where we kind of have that over under potential bull trap looking like level here. We traded above, we're now back below. And the S&P 500, I think it's very similar here. I think the entire market looks like it could be topping, and the remedy to this sickness is a big green candle on Nvidia on beating earnings. And if that happens, I'm interested in longing all of this at new all-time highs. If we're able to make a fresh all-time high here on the S&P, I'm interested in just longing that, because then I'm expecting a significant leg higher, one more leg. But for now, this looks very similar to the pre-April highs to me. The pre-tariff crash, to me. Like this price action, just kind of this range bound, slightly higher highs, kind of really tight here. If we end up getting a big red candle to the downside here, similar to what we got here, I think that could spell the beginning of a larger correction. So I think a lot is riding on these earnings. I'm thinking that they'll beat, but I'm actually positioned short on the S&P 500 right now. I added yesterday just because the risk reward is so good. Like if this is indeed the top, the potential downside here I think is quite strong into the low 6,000s, and my invalidation's like 7,050. I think the juice is worth the squeeze there. So I'm kind of contrarian on this bet, but I'm hoping for the sake of everything that they beat earnings.
Yeah, I mean, a couple things. One, if Nvidia beats, doesn't mean that they'll rally. That's the first thing, right? And so, and I know that Polymarket's got like 95%. I saw that yesterday with you. It was like, it's way heavily that they're going to beat. Well, they are the top company in the world, so they probably have a really good chance of beating earnings. But again, doesn't mean that they necessarily rally either. And I agree with you. It doesn't come down to whether or not what I think the market is going to do. It's where I can manage risk the best. And I'm with you. It's like if you're short, the risk is very obvious. If you're long, this market could pull back, again, 2% in the S&P and still, I think, ultimately be bullish. But for a short, if we start making new highs, dude, you just don't want to get in the way of this thing. It's just, it should run. Going back to like a 2.7% range in SPX all year, people will love to chase rallies. I know if we make a new high with Nvidia pushing behind it, I'm not stepping in front of that thing.
Totally agree. I think the risk is tight on the downs on the shorts. So I'm willing to take a punt on SPX here, because I do think if we do get that downside push, it's going to be juicy. But you don't want to step in front of the train if we break out here, which are my favorite kind of setups, right? Like you have a very clear level on the Dow, very clear level on the S&P, very clear level on Nvidia, where you know exactly where you're wrong, and those are the best kind of trades.
Yep, no doubt. All right, Mayne, thank you so much, my man. Everybody, go check out what Trader Mayne is doing with Breakout. Like I said, he's part of the family, man. Go check out what he's doing there. We'll put the link in the chat, and look to see more of Trader Mayne on NinjaTrader Live. We may have some announcements coming out soon, so we'll be excited to talk to you more about that. You're my guy, Trader Mayne. Thank you, my brother. I'll see you soon.
Thanks for having me, man. Take care.
See ya. All right, everybody. Great morning so far. A lot going on, right? Glad to dip into crypto a little bit. Been wondering, what some of the top crypto people think about the price action in Bitcoin. It was pretty interesting to see how much they've diverged from equities going back since October. And like I said, follow Trader Mayne for some top insight that you're going to get in the crypto space. I think he's one of the best by far. And interesting to see kind of what comes of this next several days in trading. I do think that Nvidia is the place, is the time where the market finally maybe steps in and does something here. I mean, here we are again, S&P, quick recap of the morning. Overnight highs failed again just right at the opening price of the year. Yesterday, I think we had a bunch of people had the 69.20 where we failed again. I actually had Vincent Desiano. Some of you may know who he is. He was in here chatting with me yesterday. We're talking about, we're like, man, we've seen the same move over and over again. Can equities get out of their way and start finally making a range here? Crude oil, 66.34 this morning, pushing back up. 66.48 was recent high, so watch for them to potentially make new highs on the backs of what's happening in Iran. We're hoping that there isn't going to be a war, obviously, but the news is also driving the price action in crude oil. But you also have the technicals and the fundamentals behind it as well. Crude remains the top look on the tape as far as I'm concerned for trends. And again, bond market, not much to talk about there. Same with everything in the currency market, not much to talk there. But we're going to see a guy who trades all these different markets here up next, and a guy who I think is soon going to be dipping his toes into other markets if he continues to see these range-bound markets. Let's get ready to trade the open with Jack of all trades and Nick for a tick. What's up, boys?
Morning, Deli.
Good morning.
So here we are. Boy, I feel like every time I'm on with you guys, the S&P's at the same price.
I was going to say,
I mean,
we're just the same price for months.
And Nick, I was thinking about you this morning. I'm like, man, we're going to be on with Jack again. I'm like, I wonder if Nick is really like, have you been starting to move outside of the indexes because we've been so rangy? And I know you've been talking about it, and you've been on with Jack, and we're watching Jack trade all these different markets. Have you been venturing off?
I mean, the only thing I've traded is just a little bit of gold here and there. Granted, metals has scared the absolute crap out of me randomly throughout this last couple months of this cycle, if you want to even call it that. When silver is kind of whipsawing 12 points a day, it's not exactly the most fun to try to trade the money or trade the metals with real money. But I think, oddly enough, as I've said that, and as I've kind of been watching other markets, and I think you guys know, like I peak at gold and crude, I would say, for the better part of the last few years, but I don't actively trade them day in and day out. It's maybe like every once in a while I'll throw on a trade. But for some reason, the fact that I keep saying that every Thursday, it just seems like the SPOOs and NQ kind of give us at least a decent trade in like the next session or two for me to just kind of scout my way, that it keeps me kind of like peeking back over the fence, man. Once again.
It's the Al Pacino. They just pull me back in. That's what just they give
Every
me
time.
Just enough. Yeah. Jack, let's start with you this morning. Let's take a look at your charts and what you're looking at coming into today. I always look forward to see if he's got a position on, what's going on here.
So nothing crazy as far as positions go. Actually, this week I've been working on an interesting tool, which I'll be using for the first time here today, that automatically adjusts my order position size based on the average true range in a predetermined cash risk that I have set. So I have not ventured it. I've switched to the MES just because of the variance of that. So I've set my risk to right now at $800 per individual trade. And then based on the ATR, I coded this in Ninja. This has been working on this all week. Based on the ATR, it's going to automatically set the appropriate risks, because that the one thing I have, obviously when you're trading multiple markets and you're on screen, you're doing so much is, when the ranges expand, different markets, all of the contracts have different sizes, different notional values, different tick sizes. So one of the hard things is always sometimes to keep the risk consistent. So I built a tool for myself, and I will eventually, once I get all the bugs leaked out, I'm going to release it on Ninja. So I'm excited to actually try that out here today. Both these orders you see on my screen, one's a short, one's a long. We'll see which one trades first. It's, we're in a range bound market, so I'm looking at short one and go long the other. It's going to automatically have stops and targets put in place based on predetermined things I have. So I'm really excited to debut that and then hopefully be able to launch it out for the people, because I think risk control is one of the most important things when you're trading. And if I can automate some of that out, it's going to be really helpful. I've always used bracket orders, but I've never been able to automate the sizing adjustments. That's something I have to do manually. So that's what I got going on here today, which I think is pretty exciting.
I do too. I love that you're doing this, man. And honestly, hit us up if anything we can do to help you facilitate that with any of the programming. We're 100% here for you. I don't know if I'm sure you've spoken to Burke before, but
yeah, I
anybody
have.
on the team.
He's reached out to me. I mean, I do it all on my own. I got some people that I work with too that help me out with the programming. So I don't actually need any programming help right now, but I am gonna reach out to him and get it on to the NinjaTrader backend platform. So people out here can use that. I mean, I think one of the most important things, like I said, is risk sizing. So I was like, this is a tool that I know I can build, and if people want to use it, great, have at it.
I think a lot of people are going to want to check it out. We appreciate that, Jack. That's awesome, man. I love that you're doing that. Nick, what are you looking at coming into today?
Well, I think my chart here just froze. So I was trying to jump back to the snooze,
no, it's not frozen. It's not frozen. We're still at the same price.
It really does feel like we've just been forever stuck around 25K in NQ. And that's totally fine with me. In fact, I would not mind another opportunity to potentially layer into at least a shorter time frame short back up towards that 25K, the 960s even. I've short that spot, I think, on Monday afternoon. And we've kind of seen this several times. Like, we've just been slowly stair stepping down from the top edge of this balance that we were in. And I know my charts are kind of frozen right now, so I can't actually zoom out a little bit. But every week, it just seems like we just kind of we test certain little value areas that we've been trading in for the last week or so, and then another big seller kind of comes in, and it seems like we get these end of day liquidations after we have kind of moves out of the open, like we saw again yesterday, where we just drift upwards. And then I think XY and I were talking about it. I think he called it, but we had that beautiful kind of dead body setup that he loves to, or he's coined at this point, where we just start to build volume at the top of like a P-shaped profile for the session, and then we get a nice little break of that little node that was built and a good liquidation type flush. And we're continuing to kind of move down from that area again over in the overnight. So I'm going to kind of be watching the 24,800s spot here in NQ off the open. That would be right around where we opened for the week on Sunday. Did we find some buyers still sitting around that level and then potentially get long with them? Otherwise, are we going to go test the very bottom of this range? Jack, I think even that 24,420 spot that I think you were talking about buying like 2 weeks ago again. Yeah. And we've tested it a few times now. So is it going to hold for the third time, I guess, is the question.
Yeah, we got within 25 points of it on Tuesday, and the action coming out of that Tuesday low, higher highs, higher lows, really into the, even arguably yesterday. This is the first real swing low this morning that we've taken out. So I think this opening drive and up until 11:30 is going to be pretty important. Do we have the cojones to continue this move upwards, or are we just going to fall flat on the face and move back down to that 424? So we'll find out. You love your 420 numbers. So 420 up top, 420 on bottom seems to be the range right now.
Absolutely. It's just math, Jack. It's 20. If 420 comes up to 6900 keeps coming up. I mean, we don't make these things up. It just happens. Everybody, as Farm would say, it's just math.
It's just math. Not our fault.
All right. Well, no, exactly. Before I let you guys go today, quick update. March 2nd, we're going to be having a Trader March Madness. Let's see if we can get that graphic up here from production. It's going to be called March Market Madness on March 2nd. $20,000 pool, 100 winners, 2,000 to the top prize. It's free to join. Go in there, check it out. Link is in the chat. It's for fun. And the way some of these markets are trading, you're probably going to be better off going in there trying to compete for the arena sometimes than maybe not. I mean, I think this is good that we do this. Again, for people that are looking to try and trade other markets, go there and learn and see what markets are available to trade. And, get your chance to win some cash. Again, it's free. Check it out. Guys, always appreciate you guys being here. Chat's show my boys some love. Hit that like and subscribe. 186K right now, on our way to 200K. We keep chipping away at it each and every week. Again, the goal is to get there by March 17th, which would be our 1-year anniversary for NinjaTrader Live relaunch. So help us get there. And never miss an episode. Hit that alert button so you never miss Jack and Nick. I know I'll be here. All right, Jack, Nick, I'll see you guys later. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Anthony. Take care.
All right. I'm restarting my charts here. So everybody bear with me.
You get to watch my limits. They're not going to be moving right now. So we'll see. Hopefully we can get a new low and sweep that low. I actually had that order there this morning in the NASDAQ as we came down about, 10 points from where my limit is. I do think there's a pretty good chance of that limit in the NQ trading right off the open. But as you can see, my limit orders and whatever trades first. If we trade the short in the ES, I'm taking it. If we trade the NQ, I'm taking it. You're going to see, I mean, if everything works as I automated and programmed it, this is my first day actually trying it out. A little nerve wracking to be in front of 1,000 people trying a code out I wrote, but we'll find out if it works.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure the lovely help you may or may not have had from some of the various automated coding tools out there in the space. I'm sure it'll work. I've done a lot of fun, cool things so far. Just kind of, I don't know. It's like added an extra gear to some of my autonomy with some of that stuff. So
totally.
From someone who is so bearish, big tech and the CapEx spend on the other side of my brain, I see this stuff and I'm like, I get it. I absolutely understand why and how, and I think it's going to be an interesting next year or two as we kind of reach that, like, that I would say first part of that, like, exponential growth type little bell curve that we're probably going to start going with some of these models.
Yeah. I mean, some of the things I've gotten done this week, I've talked to coders and pitched things to them over years. Mm-hmm. And a lot of them have told me, like, it's basically too hard. And being able to, use the tools out there and get it done. I'm not going to say I didn't have help. I definitely had help, but even to get it done, maybe really feel good. I was like, wow, this is the first time I've actually taken, I got my Claude subscription. I'm paying the piper. I don't got a Mac Mini. I don't really think I need one of those, but
I got one because I got a deal on it, Micro Center, for $400. So hard to not just take 16 gigabytes of RAM for $400 and call it a day with the way pricing kind of is for anything custom. But I did it just to kind of silo some things, like just to keep stuff I'm building and working away from my trading setup as well as kind of my personal Mac. But I don't know. I guess now I need an excuse to run a 3-computer setup, because why wouldn't I?
So I actually have 3 computers, but I only use 2 of them. One of them is just a backup. It's my desktop, but I just run 2 pretty heavy duty laptops. I got so used to moving around and trading that I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna get some souped up laptops, and I got a couple externals I'll travel with if I'm moving. But when I'm at home, I got a little bit more screen space.
I know you've been in this space longer than I have. I never enjoy trading away from my setup, I guess. Like day trading. It just seems like a terrible idea to me. And I know I've done it here and there, but as far as like trading, like actively trading, like NQ and ES, just for some reason, I like to be at my desk and not trying to mobile trade, I guess, at times.
Yeah, someone's mentioning, so I actually have everything in TradingView. So I was actually trying to build it in TradingView as well. I ran into some difficulties because you're not executing in TradingView, but I got most of the things built here you're seeing in TradingView as well. So when I do drop it, you'll be able to have the option for those of you guys who are using TradingView to use it. The order function is not easy, because I was trying to basically build it in TradingView but still execute it in Ninja, and that turned into a nightmare. So I was like, I got to build it right on Ninja. But yeah, as far as trading away, I don't enjoy it, but like my parents, they live in Florida. I like spend time with them, so that's like the most amount I'll like stay away. I don't typically go on vacation and trade. I think that kind of ruins the idea of a vacation. But yeah, it's not ideal, but even if I can get an hour in a day, like just stay with the markets, like, make my morning trade plan video like I normally do, things like that. But yeah, as far as comfort zone goes, at the desk, nothing beats it.
100%. All right. Well, good morning, chat. How are we all doing? Are we just going to continue to be range bound? Did we get any news this morning? No. Pending home sales. Goolsby's talking later. Nothing major.
Nothing.
Oh, we got Trump talking later today. Perfect.
Yeah, of course, the lingering headline is the war drums in Iran that have been driving oil up. But I'm just my speculation is he's not going to do anything before State of the Union. That's what I think. But either way, I got upside targets of $69 there in CL. Not going to be trading it here today. I'm just sticking to the indexes while I give this thing a shot, but maybe next week. I assume we're on Thursday next week. I haven't really taken a closer look at my schedule, but
yeah, that's my schedule.
The consistent Thursday mornings. And you know what? I tell you what, for as calm as this market's been, we have had some pretty wild Thursday mornings. They're like, hey, yeah, Jack and Nick are on. So maybe that's the case here again.
Yeah.
They have not been low volatility Thursdays. They have been movers. Good morning. Good morning. Anthropic. Anybody know where the word anthropic comes from? I feel like it's got to have some like ancient Greek context. That's what it feels like to me. Every morning, I'd like to have a poll. What is going to be the best performing market from the open? I think would be an interesting guest to play. What does everybody think is going to be the best performing market from the open? I guess it's like best performing on the day. You kind of already have a head start because you're looking at the 24-hour market. You got copper down on the 24-hour market, 1.6%. Leader is nat gas, which is always going to be on the high side of the volatility. I actually kind of like the nat gas turn here. The nat gas bottom, potentially. We're at the 78% retracement of this giant daily range down here at $3.08. Lean hogs. Lean hogs. Do they sell fat hogs? Why are the hogs always lean? You know, they like, you know, when you think of a hog, I do not think of a lean hog. I think of a chubby hog. You know, like a hog's just like a lean hog is kind of doesn't make sense. Never traded it. Never, ever, have ever traded lean hogs.
I've only done it once for fun.
You just dip into the lean hog market. I want to take delivery on some lean hogs.
That's a lot of pork, sir.
How many, somebody answer this question. How many hogs are in a lean hog contract? How many pigs will I get at my doorstep?
I think it's not 10,000. I think it's 40,000 or 50,000. If I remember correctly
pigs?
from the series 3. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say it's 40,000.
Oh, you have a 3?
Well, yeah, it's not practicing, but I passed the test. I could still technically use it for another year if somebody wanted to utilize that, or if I started my own thing. But I don't need to do that.
Oh, Jim dropping the knowledge. Lean hogs refers to hogs that are ready for slaughter and have been bred to produce leaner pork with less fat. So
40,000. Yep.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, if I go to the grocery store and I pick up a pack of bacon, there is nothing about that pack of bacon that makes me think these pigs have been bred to produce less fat. Okay, so 40,000 pounds of carcass weight, not 40,000 pigs. I was like, that's a lot of pigs.
Got the bones too.
What are you going to do? Here we go. That's on top of it right there. It's the lean muscle weight of the hog instead of counting the total weight. See, we're learning. This is an educational seminar now. While we wait for this market to open, we got 7 minutes to learn about lean hogs. The Warcraft pig. I've never played World of Warcraft. Does anybody enjoy playing video games while they trade? I don't dip into that. Too much going on. Business stuck. What is the MNQ limit? It's basically, where we found support on the prior day in the morning, just a sweep of that low, and the close near the close of Thursday. It's actually, are you looking for the price? Yeah, I would realize my screen may be a little off here. I've messed a bit with my settings. I don't have 4 charts up. I only have 3, so the spacing. Let me see. Let me pull it into view so you guys can see those numbers. Didn't realize those numbers weren't visible. Here you go. I don't watch order flow. I think it's a valuable tool if you're trading that style, but I'm kind of trusting my limits. So yeah, it's not part of my tool set. It's a little bit of a smaller time frame tool set. It's definitely relevant in like the intermediate time frame, but like I'm looking at my hold time, if you'll notice, is typically higher than the traders who are primarily trading order flow. Like I asked XY the other day, he said his average hold time is 3 minutes last week. I was like, whoa, that's really short. So we're going to find out if we're going lower or higher first. I got orders on both. You can see how much I care which direction the market goes because I'm willing to take both positions. Both positions. I think they're both valid trades. Just kind of whatever trades first. And in the first 30 minutes, I will probably be filled on one or the other. I don't know which one I will be filled on, but I will be buying the NASDAQ or selling the ES. The clouds. So the clouds, if you're, I'm not sure if I actually have clouds on my screen. If you're referring to the colored boxes, those colored boxes are fair value gaps, which I'm also going to give to the people. So fair value gap, I mean, that's something that's been around for a while. Anything that's been around for a while, like, I mean, I'll just, I have no problem handing that out to you guys because I'm not the one who came up with it. But yeah, that's what those are. And so the blue ones represent a bullish fair value gap, and the red ones represent a bearish fair value gap. Did you like those levels that I discussed buying at the end of the day yesterday? How we had like a 20-point rally in the ES off those, and the NASDAQ had a almost 100-point rally off those levels. No, more than 100-point rally, 120-point rally. Did you take them? Yep. Those 2 trades I gave out at the close yesterday, both, basically went a few ticks in and many points the other direction. Yeah. The oscillator is made up of 5 separate 5 separate things. So like right now, these oscillators are reading kind of neutral, primarily. I mean, they're a little more bearish and bullish, but the white line is just an MA on the oscillator, and then the blue line is the actual point value of the oscillator that's made up of 5 different inputs, and those inputs added or subtracted together give me the number. So if let's say if 3 are down or 4 are down and 1 is up, it'll be a -3. So -4 + 1 -3. So you're reading a -3 on the MNQ right now. It honestly, the NinjaTrader may have came with FEG. I don't know. That's one I wrote though. Maybe it did. I just couldn't find it and made it myself. Sometimes trading platforms are overwhelming. You know, I mean, who here has picked up a new trading platform and understood it in a week?
Yeah, no. And I'm somebody that I think that's had to learn just at every major platform that's out there over time in the last few years. We're open. Good luck, everybody. Trade safe out there. You stopped saying, let's have some fun.
Let's go.
But yeah, I think I've learned every platform at this point.
Yeah, every time I'm like learning something new, like, man, I tell you what, like, you know, I guess being like the micro influences that we are, even before I was on Ninja, I had companies reaching out to me and, you know, offering me money to just like use their platform. I was like, dude, like, I don't even care. Like, you can't convince me to learn your platform. Like,
It's a lot. And what's funny is outside of me trading, like trading paper on Thinkorswim, because I had just used that historically for buying equities and options and things that's what I had used for a very, very long time. And even now I still have obviously my account there. But the first platform I actually learned like using a DOM and like executing true futures orders, like live on exchange, was with Ninja, and having no idea what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Was the first like real trading futures platform I ever used.
Yeah, I mean, man, the involvement of Ninja also just like, I remember when Ninja used to have to, like, before props, I think the license was like $1,400 or $1,500 or like a quarterly fee. I don't even know if they charge that anymore, but it used to not be cheap.
Yeah, I want to say like when I first deposited, I think I went in with like $1,000 and I was trading micros in my first personal account. And I want to say I had like a 7-day free trial of it or something, of the software.
Yeah, I'm not sure when they changed everything.
But I'm on an ES chart currently. I don't know what I'm going to trade yet. I weirdly feel like, I mean, we got options expiration tomorrow. I don't know how much we're going to move. I do still remember the Valentine's Day OPEX week massacre of last year. So I'm like cautious trying to buy anything as we're sitting down towards the bottom of these this range low or balance low that we've been in for a month.
Yeah,
I'm just cautiously watching that 400s area that Jack has been talking about. If we lose that again, I don't know.
Yeah, well, for sure. If we lose that again, I mean, we really didn't get a test on the cash session of that level, and that's the only thing I was thinking. Maybe we'd get a retest. I think there was earnings that day or some event. It was all post 4 o'clock, I believe, that we traded that, and then we traded it, you know, that following Asia session.
Same OR as yesterday. I know. It feels like we've been hanging around these same spots for months, guys. Look back even towards, I guess, rollover. We still were hanging around this area.
With the advancement of AI, they've just figured out that the market, the actual value of the market for once, and they're not going to move it anymore. I wonder if like extreme AI causes like a suppression in volatility because of the ability to take so many inputs and like not be surprised.
I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, what's going on?
Maybe GC is an option today. Interesting structure. mean, gold is always an option. It just seems like some days it gets this, like there's the move during Asia. There's like a range expansion type situation and during the Asia session and the overnight. And then we open whatever, like an hour ago. And it just kind of gets like stuck in a tight RTH range. So some days it feels like gold's moving.
Momentum to the downside. It's always scary when you get an opening candle for 80 points into a limit. You're like, oh, that one's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to work. Russell's weak here. I haven't looked at the OIM yet, but
We got Bitcoin down at 65.
yeah,
I'm trying to see what else is going on.
Looking ugly.
Tech is all red.
All right, we're going to find out if this works here. Oh, so close. I'm scared.
As I said, it's interesting to watch this kind of 790s. There we go. So we just took out into the week open in NQ. Let's see if we find some buyers here.
Okay, cool. Well, it has changed my order size based on the ATR because we increased the ATR there. So it changed my order size automatically. That's a good sign.
What was it originally?
It was 8 and it changed it to 3.
It was 8 micros to 3 micros.
Yeah, because when I placed the order, it was pre-market. So the ATR was smaller. And then as we opened, we obviously expanded.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like sick. Work, baby. Now, the only thing I'm wondering, let's see here, that if
are you going to go without me?
No, I'm not actually scared. I'm just like, I mean, I just don't want any bugs when I'm live on air that I have to fix because that'll just kind of take me out of the game. So I'm wondering because it looks like I can't tell if my MES order is suspended because it's turned orange. That ATR was pulled from a 15-minute chart too, so it's a little wider than the 5, which is fine. But I'm unsure of some things. Maybe because it's changing. Oh, no, it's blue. All right, so 89s. How do you use the oscillator in a long or short? So I use the oscillator in what I like to call is like a safety net, in a sense that if I'm taking 2 stop outs in a row, which is going to happen, I will look at my oscillator, and oftentimes my oscillator will tell me exactly the opposite of what I'm doing. So like if I'm going long and I've taken a stop and then I try it one more time and I take another stop, that's really what I use it for. Just moving this out of the way. I like right now we're like I said this morning, I was like we're kind of neutral on this oscillator. So I feel a little more comfortable with a limit just below the low, because I don't think there's going to be much continuation. So that limit just below the low, like, sweep of lows, both ES and Q there, rejection. I'm actually going to look for something here in the end, I'll look for a long here in the Russell, actually, using my, I'm gonna wait till this candle closes here in a minute. I think 31 is like the common number people use, but like I have not taken 31 trades on this. I just know this is just something I've been doing manually that I've automated. I mean, I always say I place my stops based on the average true range, and I just automated it. But the average true range is constantly changing. So it's kind of hard. Like I use bracket orders. I can't have 15 different bracket orders. Like, and then like toggle back between them. I just manually drag. And then I also added staggered targets. I jinxed us, Nick. I said we were going to have another wild Thursday.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that way, does it?
It does not feel that way.
I feel like, maybe it was last Wednesday or maybe it was last Thursday where it was very calm for like the first 15, 20 minutes. And then we finally broke down violently. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I think we were stuck and then we just started liquidating everything. I still kind of am leaning to try to long around the 85s if I can get a fill. 785s, excuse me.
Paul, I am long the MNQ.
Jack
probably can't.
has.
I'd like to vocally answer that why I can't hear you guys, but I realize you won't hear me answer that question. The different colored candles. I mean, for me, my yellow candles mean they're expanding range. And my blue candles are what I refer to as a trend bar. And my deep red, it's like a deeper red than the red you see, is a trend bar down, trend bar up, trend bar down. And then Nick, I think you just, Nick, are those, what candle type is that? Is that
These are volume-based candles, and it's repainting probably in somewhat similar fashion to how Jack is thinking about his. Mine are repainting for various like extremes of delta. So when my candles are gray, it's more not a 50-50 split, but it's a more neutral distribution of that 500 volume. And then when you reach more of an extreme, more one-sided over the other, I think I have my threshold probably at like 70%. It could be more or less. I've played around with it every once in a while. But that's when it repaints red or blue, more towards a very one-sided auction. And that's when sometimes you start to see an aggressive move up or down or an exhaustive move up or down.
It's placed in order to go long the Russell at a limit.
Give me a chance to get long there. Yeah, I'm just kind of leaning into the week open holding for right now.
I like that delta. Sorry, what?
Oh, talking to Jack. Never mind. Oh, why can't I hear you guys? Have you tried turning on the volume?
That's what I said. The problem is you can't answer that question. Someone else is going to have to answer that question because he can't hear us answer that question. Why can't I hear you guys? Well, let me tell you why you can't hear me. Yeah, and I hear the question is, do I take a long in the NASDAQ while simultaneously having a short in the US? I'm going to give it a shot. Although
I was answering the candle question and not looking at that long at 85s. Oh, well.
Yeah, thank you for the help, chat.
Well, if anyone took the week open long, pay yourself. Especially if you get a breakout above kind of that 880s, 890s.
All right, we're going to... I don't think there's any technical issues. We got a professional team working behind us to make sure
I'm
everything's...
seeing us come through to YouTube with the delay. That's normal. I have the sound muted on my other screen, but it looks like everything's coming through, guys.
Yeah, it's just going to be a little back and forth. I mean, I don't think there's I'm about to pick up a long in the Russell, though.
Ooh. There's a violent little move back down.
Let's swing this into view because I think that...
Nasty.
I don't know if we're going down or if we're going nowhere.
Are there any 5-minute OR mid enjoyers who decided to get short right there? I don't think I would have. Guys, Jack and I aren't having any issues.
Yeah, it's clearly not us. I know if there's an issue within 10 seconds of there being an issue because we have a great production team that lets me know that. All right, first target about to be hit here in this Russell. First target hit. Let's see if I can get that second.
What?
Oh, I love this. This automated tool is amazing. This basically took me 15 years to build.
And you vibe coded it in an afternoon is what you're saying.
Exactly. I'm like 3 days, but still, it's, man, it is such a weight off my shoulders. I feel like I just gave myself another 3 hours a day. Am I reevaluating my trade every 25 minutes? Yeah, so like the way I kind of look at it is, man, if I were looking at every tick and every minute, I would drive myself crazy. So I base my risk on the time frame of which I'm observing the market, and then try not to think about it too much. Once I've placed my trade, my risk is accepted. I let information develop, and once I have enough inputs of information develop, I make another decision as opposed to trying to make a new decision every 5 minutes or every 2 minutes, because I'm not smart enough to do that.
Jack, the people want your chart and indicator.
I bet they do. I bet they do.
Yeah, you got to stop gatekeeping all the good stuff here, man.
I'm not going to gatekeep it. I mean,
no, I actually like that's an interesting idea. I don't know if I'd want it auto setting I mean, maybe I would, because it probably would keep me from being an idiot. But if I would love some kind of alert that prompts me to something like that and says like, hey, ATR on the 15-minute, 30-minute has expanded to this. Recommendation is size to this, whatever.
Yeah. I mean,
it might just get me to think a little more before I throw on minis in high vol situations.
I mean, at the top, I have this. Let me pull this position tracker out of the sky here. But at the top, I've always had this, like, this is something I've had for years, because which just tells me the ATR on a 5. So it just tells me what it is. I don't get like a notification, but if I look up, it lets me know the point value, and then multiplies the point value by the tick value. They give me like what a risk per lot of what I would be trading is. So that's always given me like that manual idea, but finally got something a little more complicated. This is NinjaTrader Live, guys. You're going to have to take up any issues you have somewhere else. Fortunately, me and Nick are not part of the technical support team. We're part of the trader education team.
Nothing beat the, I mean, yeah, it's always fun when you're on the air sometimes. It's just, you do become technical support, customer service, and everything else. But so far, guys, we are just stuck in a tight range in NQ. That week open long has worked several times. Let's see if the OR mid enjoyers have anything to say about it once again. I kind of want to see us break out. Since I've missed this trade 3 times, it can go without me finally.
Let's see if we can get some targets off here in the NQ. My targets and stops are a little wider in the NQ right now, but well, the good thing about once you know it's chop, you got to realize you should trade it at a chop style. Don't buy breakouts. Don't sell breakdowns. Buy the edges. Sell the edges.
The second I try to short this OR mid, though, it's going to go to 25K.
I got a short at 84.5 in the ES, so we'll see what we do when we get up there. Kind of, that first hour goes by quick. 9 minutes here to the first hour of us being on, at least. Do you prefer RTY more than the NQ? I don't have feelings for these markets. I just look at different markets with different setups. So like the setup I took in the NQ is completely different than the Russell. The Russell was weaker, really punched through lows, waited for a reversal back above the open, got the pullback there, versus my NASDAQ trade was just I was buying into the low. So the Russell was more of a continuation versus like I let the low happen, then bought the pullback, versus the NQ. I was buying the pullback as it happened. As we were making new lows, I already had a limit. Different trade setups. I do not care. I do not have feelings towards those markets. They are not my girlfriend. They are a tool I use to perform.
Market seems like it's setting up for a breakout long. Yeah. It definitely felt that way. We had several attempts to break this little RTH range lows here, which also happens to sit around NQ's week open, and just nobody that interested in selling below it. So I think Jack's long, right around that same area I was looking for. It's gonna pay here.
Let's see here.
ES
is actually also coming into my short, which is going to be interesting because I'm going to be long 2 markets and short 1. But they all have different targets, so I'm hoping I can at least get a short target off if it's going to rip in my face.
Nick, is the OR mid free? Can I download it? That's a good question. I know it depends on what platform you're using. If you, the one I'm using, technically no. But if you use TradingView, or even, I don't know how customizable the PAX OR indicator is. if you can adjust it in theory to 5 minutes. I know his is set for the 32nd and has the rotations kind of built into it, the expansions of those rotations as well out of the opening range, but you might be able to customize it. But it's nothing complicated. I think Leo even released a version of the 5 minute mid on TradingView for free, but there's a ton out there.
All right, second target off in the NQ here, and I also got filled on an ES short. So I'm gonna swing this Russell back over, and we shall see how this works. That is a big ATR, though. I don't know. I'm probably gonna end up manually closing out this ES trade just because the ATR I have it set on as a different time frame than I'm actually trading currently.
Oh yeah, we had somebody just came in with a 1200 lot at 85s on on that little push up. That was you, right,
me.
Jack?
That was me.
That was you on the offer.
That was me. That was me with 1200. Let's see if I can get the second target off here in the Russell. Make me feel a little more confident. Then I honestly don't use OR of any form.
Yeah, I really just look at the 5 minute and the 32nd, the more I've been hanging around packs, to be honest.
Second target hitting the Russell here.
News in 5 minutes. Yes, we do have pending home sales.
Third target hitting the Russell. Here we go. All right.
There's the breakout.
I am counter trading my own self right now in different markets, but I'm actually afraid to move these orders because I'm not sure what's going to happen. So I'm just kind of letting it go.
And I'm kind of frustrated. And I mean, I had several attempts or chances to take that long.
Yeah, it's one of those like very wiki opens. I mean, those long tails on that first 15 minutes on that candle, but we just popped up to the mid here, the mid in the ES, the mid in the NQs. So this is kind of always how I view it as like the battle day. So I guess that's not the OR mid, but the previous day mid. And might as well take another.
Jack, I respect you big time with the various markets you trade. I can only focus on one. I somewhat agree. I can focus on probably 4 at a time. Granted, something I probably should do is, I mean, because I use volume for a variety of my like long time frame stuff, like just the volume profile, and that's something that you could really throw on any sort of product and at least have a similar edge that I do on ES and NQ outside of my intraday like order flow stuff. So God only knows I could be taking other trades too. But yeah, I think I struggle with looking at other stuff and trying to do the research on other things, making a plan on other products.
Thank you. Yeah, I just have severe ADD, and it's easier for me to trade multiple markets than it is actually for me to trade one, believe it or not.
I weirdly think I'd be good at that.
I mean, you did win the competition, Nick. You're underselling yourself.
No, I know I could do it. I think it's just like there's a block on me building the preparation and setup to be watching multiple markets because I've put in years of like work building like my indices and even just some things on like on gold and crude that I just will look at it out of the corner of my eyes. But I don't know. Like I need a screener for other things, I guess, that alerts me so I don't have to watch them 24 hours a day.
I feel you.
I think I'm just
Sometimes
lazy.
when you feel like you've put in so much work and you really got the hang of it, you're like, am I really going to add to it now? But at the same time, in trading, you cannot be stagnant. Market's constantly evolving. You guys are both so cool. My respect. This is actually Thursday with the cool kids. Thursday morning with the cool kids. That's what they call the show. Interesting. I'm like debating just getting out of this ES here, actually. All right, so I just got out of the ES just because I'm leaning a little more bullish here. I could be the wrong, but I just scalped out of that. But we'll see. I'm gonna switch back over. I did re-enter a Russell trade here. That was pending home sales, so not a big market mover. That wicked us lower here, filled my entry in the Russell, gave me an opportunity to get out of this ES. So the ES short, like I took it as a limit because I just thought it was a level. It reacted slightly my direction, but not enough. There's first target in Russell, but like you can take trades and decide to get out of them if you're like, I still thought that level was valid in the ES for a reaction, and it moved about like 2 or 3 points my way, and I just closed it. You can't say you aren't getting them. I could imagine what that means, but I'm not completely sure. I'm getting them. Go get him. Boy, gonna get him.
One of my dogs just knocked out my light.
All right, pushing up through the midpoint here in the NQ. That hold this morning is really important for higher time frame bullish structure in my opinion. I mentioned that this morning with Delhi that, we really needed to see bids here this morning. That was kind of make or break. The opening lack, the low volatility post open push higher is really important for me and my expectation that this market will be making new highs this week. That is kind of my thesis right now. All right, let's see if I can get this Russell target off here now. And then honestly, I might just chill for a bit. This will be 4 trades to target. If Bitcoin can hold these lows, I mean, this is really important. Sweep. We're up on the day here. If we swing above the overnight high in Bitcoin, we had a sweep of the prior day low in Bitcoin, and then above that overnight high. Yeah, by the way, for all of you wondering where I get my levels, I secretly have a time machine.
There you go. Just gatekeeping alpha again.
Gatekeeping the time machine. Can't let that one out.
Freaking Doc Brown over here. Where we're going, we don't need stops.
That's a good one.
I'm going to give away my golden retrievers, by the way, if anyone wants them.
How old are they? I was looking for is it trained? Because I'm looking for a nice trained dog for.
Trained would be a loose word. Do they listen selectively? One of them, his ears are probably decoration, but they are very good dogs. They are the greatest dogs with my 15-month-old. Like, she smacks them around and they don't give a crap.
Yeah,
she literally had one of their tongues in her hand the other day.
Oh.
So, yeah, they are very, very good with the baby. But yeah, they've knocked out my light this morning. They've been scratching at the door, like just things that they don't do. They've thrown up when I've been on stream before. Like, so they're a part of the production team here at this point.
The production team. I've always wanted a golden retriever, man. Buddy is just a great movie.
They are
for Airbud.
I would
is
say
it Airbud?
It's Airbud, but they're not. They are absolutely the best family dogs.
Yeah. I think I read actually just the other day that they are the lowest biting
and I've
breed.
I know Deli's got huskies. I had a husky that I had right out of college, and he passed away like a couple years ago. But they are such fun dogs. But it's funny having that personality, and then the golden retrievers. It's like night and day.
I am convinced that Deli got a husky to match his hair color. I am convinced. Just silver and black.
Here's my pullback to get long in Q. I probably would want to see another a little more shallow, at least kind of poking back to the value area high so far of like 870s, 880s, kind of the like let's pierce below this and see a reaction. If not, maybe down to the RTH VWAP. OR mid again, because why not? I know I already missed that trade here. This was probably the one to get long with.
No, the Huskies do have the best hair game in the dog world, and Delhi has the best hair game in the human world. So, I mean, just match them up.
Yeah, I was living in Denver right out of school when I got my Husky. That sweet boy.
Who's a good boy?
What's GC doing? Anything? Maybe it's setting up for a short. We'll see. ES looking a little spicy.
Just picked it up.
Jack, where did you get short originally? ES? Was it 86?
85. 80, actually 84.75, but I closed it. But I just actually got long. I'm actually long a lot right now. But I got targets off. If I didn't have first targets off in these markets, I'd be, but I feel like I'm pretty protected taking this second long because I've reduced my risk. If I had no targets off on any of these, but yeah, I just picked up an ES long here at this 75.75.
Nick, where did you go to school? I've said this before on the show. I went to the Harvard of the West, the University of Arizona in Tucson.
Oh, wow. Incredible academics.
They are. Surprisingly, actually, yes.
No, they actually are.
The business school is actually a very good school.
Yeah, no, great.
For a public business school, it's a very good school.
Like anything in life, college is what you make of it.
Exactly. Hey, it got me where I am now. So you could look at that glass half full or half empty, given that I am a full-time trader at this point, leaving my career in some capacity. So, you take with that what you will. Blind man, if you can, there's a joke there. No, not ASU.
I got accused of this the other day, being a frat bro. Salma was convinced I was a frat bro. Not judging you if you were, but
I was in a fraternity.
Salma's like, you look like a frat bro. Like, what
but
does that mean?
My school, it's like if you're not an athlete or in Greek life, it's like weird. Not weird. Weird's the wrong word, but
100%. No,
it's just that's what you kind of do at like a school like Arizona. Like that's the way the school is.
Yeah. Yeah, I went to a city school, so that was like just not a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard there's like this old archaic law in Chicago that if like more than like 8 women live in a house, it's considered a brothel.
What?
Yeah, it's like from the 1800s, which would make sense in the 1800s. But
yes.
Now it just means you graduated college with a marketing degree.
Are we going to hold the overnight view up here? Yeah, if we lose this 80s spot, it might get a little fun.
Yeah, for sure. This is a pretty decent rejection here.
Mm-hmm. We literally to the tick bounced or rejected off the previous day close, which was at 960s that I was talking. I said to Delhi, I know I couldn't, my charts were frozen, but that was kind of that spot from Monday that we got, I think Leo and I got short off of in the afternoon.
Yeah. Yes, I trade for a living.
Yes. It is possible. Is it the most glamorous and fun at times? No.
It will take years to figure out, but it is possible.
If I could do it all over again, going back to end of 2022, 2023, when I got laid off and kind of made this weird pivot, I would have done it very differently. But here we are. We're still learning on the fly. Yeah, I know, Jack, you've been doing this for so long, but for me, I had to kind of do it out of a position of survival rather than like a position of strength, which is just not. So you learned. It caused me to have to grow up in this space very quick, and I don't think I got to learn certain things as painlessly as I could have. Kind of just had to figure it out. I
don't think there's a painless way to learn trading, Nick.
That's true. Probably fair.
I wish I could say I painlessly learned the things I learned, but no, there's many pain involved with all learning, especially in trading. You thought I was a shroomer. I'm not exactly sure what that is. Is that like a slow boomer? Or somebody just takes a bunch of mushrooms? That's hilarious.
What would I do differently? I think I would have been, I would have set up a little differently as far as like the way I was trying to pay myself to actually achieve growth rather than me still looking at it very much as supplemental income to pay my bills. I think at the time, like I still had enough savings and things to kind of just let my trading accounts grow, like, learn, size up at times, like just take different positions. I very much was treating it as like a day-to-day scalping mindset with, taking $1,000 off the table and then like paying myself and not really growing an account and not really diversifying, just kind of day in and day out trying to achieve the same thing. And then eventually, you hit a wall and you get into a drawdown and that strategy doesn't necessarily work. And I had enough savings and stuff from my severance of getting laid off, I feel like, to kind of weather the storm, to just allow things to kind of grow rather than constantly feeling like I needed to pay myself out of my trading accounts. It's one thing I would have done differently.
All right, picking back up to the upside here. See if we can push back through this 68.87 half in the ES. That is the midpoint of the day. NASDAQ is at it. You can see those highlighted blue levels on my screen, which so far has acted as resistance. And if you are new to the stream, which I'm sure at least a few of you are here, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you can see the cool kids every Thursday here on NinjaTrader Live, as well as a host or a list of many other hosts who are great as well. And please hit that like button because we've got 1,100 of you watching, and we need to bump this number up to 500 or we lose our jobs. So if you like what you're seeing and you want more of it, make sure you are subscribed and like the video.
Yeah, if you missed Deli talking about it this morning, we would love to be at 200,000 subscribers for the 1-year anniversary of the revamp that is NT Live. I was there from day one, trading the close in the afternoon. So yeah, if you want to celebrate along with us for 200,000, be there. Tell your friends. Tell your parents.
Be square. You're
create
going,
an alt
Nick?
if you have to.
I actually haven't responded to the email. I wasn't sure if we were making that a public or not. I was afraid to talk about it on air. Am I getting in trouble?
What are we doing?
Miami.
Oh, we've talked about Miami.
Okay, I just wasn't
we don't know
sure.
I mean, I don't think the dates and things or anything.
No, they're out.
No, but Miami soon. I got to respond to that email.
Yeah, I haven't either. I'm like just talking about it. Shops is listening. He's like, you dimwits, respond to me. I think they're going to bunk us, though.
See if we get somebody stepping in here again at 9:30s.
No, I don't think I'm going to lose my job, but I'm just joking. Create a sense of urgency. All right. So I've been in this Russell longer. Like the NQ has really gone my way. The Russell, I have no. Oh wait, I did hit a first target. Did something just come out? It's like a pretty wiki candle.
That was right off the spot. Let's see.
This is the battle zone, seems like.
We're just chopping and slopping around.
Oh yeah, I'm running out of. Well, I guess I keep forgetting that I hit my first target in the Russell. I was like debating taking off that position, but at least I've reduced some risk on there. But yeah, this is looking like we might kind of range out here.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is shaping up like a D-shaped profile kind of day thus far. So maybe playing the edges.
Yeah.
Trump's commenting. I didn't see a POTUS alert pop up just yet, so. Ah, yes, of course. This is very diffusing statement by our commander in chief. Iran must make a deal or bad things will happen. Yes, that's exactly.
Sounds like
wonderful.
my dad talking to me. Be nice to your brother or bad things will happen. Prince Andrew got arrested? Whoa. That's pretty incredible. Is that real?
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Oh. Of course, nobody in the United States though. Everybody's safe here. All right, I responded to the email, Nick. I'm in. I'm in if you're in.
I mean, I just got to run it by
The wife.
got to confirm the date with the wife. But yes, I am in because it's not like I have anything else, but it's just that, that's what you do with your spouse.
Yeah, for sure.
Get the thumbs up
Respectable.
Before I go to somewhere.
Yeah, before you go to Miami.
Yep.
Can't just be going to Miami without telling the wife.
Never saw you in a trade, Nick. Yeah, I have not taken a trade this morning just yet. But I'm on NT Live all week. So keep watching. You'll see me take plenty of them.
All right, I'm getting out of this Russell trade. I've been in it long enough and I'm long the other indexes, so I don't feel like I need to have them all on. So just popped out of that for a couple points. I'm gonna give this ES till 10:30 and then decide what to do. And what's prior day low? PDL. I am single-handedly holding up the market with 10 micros. Yes, I am the influence this market needs.
Immediate bounce off the RTHV wall. Oof.
I've come to become I'm a big curling fan lately. It's actually.
I have not watched any of the Winter Olympics thus far.
Yeah, actually, I haven't either.
I mean, because it's in Italy, it's like on during RTH, at least live here.
Man's got to work.
I got to do stuff.
What is a snooker? That's a winter sport? I feel like I've heard of that. Only touch it once. It's a rule. Oh, billiards. That's correct. Bitcoin heading back to the prior day low. No continuation of the upside. Really did set up for that downside move. You know, it's the easy trade here is oil. It's a one-way trade. Buy pullbacks. You want to trade the easy market? Trade oil. It's going one direction. One directional markets are way easier to trade. You just have to trade on that side of the direction. Now, if you're trading the one directional markets on the wrong side of the direction, that's not a good idea, but yes. Let's see. What time did I get in that trade? Move this out of the way real quick. So I took that ES trade at 10:10. So 10:35 is my 25-minute rule. If I don't have my first target hit in 25 minutes, I'm out. Who's long what here? Chat. Anybody trading oil? What do you guys primarily trade? Is everybody like on Q here? Anybody have a favorite market besides the NASDAQ that they gravitate towards? Couple of them. Okay. ESYM, CLYM. So yeah, I mean, when I'm day trading, I'm trading from the 5-minute chart, but what you guys don't see is before I get on, I'm looking at all the I just every day I look at daily, hourly, and then once I know where those levels are, I mark up my daily, hourly levels, then I just 5-minute. I don't really need to go back to those time frames. I just kind of mark up what I think is important and wait for those levels.
Let's break 80s. Do a nice flush.
A lot of ES traders in here. My logic for today's trades, I mean, there's a lot of logic there. A lot of different trades I took, so be a little more specific because I think each one of those trades were just taken at different time frames and different products. But overall, bullish logic, anticipating higher prices, buying pullbacks, and taking targets. I came profitable by 1,000 cuts. Trading and becoming profitable, man, it's a journey. But first of all, you have to think you can do it. I think that's the most important thing. I do think, I don't fall into the camp that everybody can trade because I've had friends who I think are like generally smart people that I like try to teach how to trade, but they don't necessarily have the discipline or desire to want to learn how to trade. I think every one of you here has the desire to learn how to trade because you're watching us and you're coming into NinjaTrader Live and you're subscribed and you're hitting that like button every day. So you have the desire. And then you need like core discipline, and you need a rule set. And then you have to understand some basic math, risk reward ratios, probability to targets, and then refine your skill sets and setups to meet those numbers to have a profitable equity curve. So like that button, we're almost above 500. There we go, 425. Oh, we just skipped 420. Back down in the ES, we are looking range bound. Nick,
Yep.
you might get another opportunity to get that.
I'm short.
Oh, you're short? Oh, nice.
I'm short. Yeah, I short 906. I saw this little, all these sellers kind of starting to get aggressive up there and kind of cap this. Let's see. I'm kind of watching here for any sort of reaction back towards the OR mid again. And the RTH view op right here. Just, I'll happily flatten for, 40, 50 points here and call it an early part of the session. That's why I was kind of like locked in there. This was kind of happening in real time up at the 900s and needed us to break 880s to get some momentum to the downside. Ooh, there's somebody on the offer chasing down with 115. So there's the OR mid. I'm finger on flatten here. Anthony, sometimes, I mean, you guys have seen me on this show. If I'm distracted, sometimes I miss a lot of trades trying to get in, especially with the way I trade. So I was kind of just very like laser focused on the DOM there. So apologies for not immediately calling out in real time what I was seeing. Let's see if we can't get another push here. I'm going to exit this.
Well timed.
No, I'm out. Dang, I only got 30 out of that. That sucks. They're pushing it all the way back up. Lovely.
Hey, plus 30 is better than negative 30.
Yep. What was the reason behind your short, Nick? It's that same spot up here at like the 920s, 930s. You're seeing a lot of buyers just kind of falling off the tape. They're losing the aggressiveness. You were seeing a little bit of absorption there in real time at like 913s. At that moment when I was entering into it, and I jumped in at like 906 as we were continuing to start to push down. But this is just a range bound trade, top edge of the value area high up there, like the 900s to 910s, and then was trying to roll it down to the value area low, possibly. But those buyers stepped in at that damn 5-minute OR mid to the tick once again. Like anybody that's a 5-minute opening range enjoyer, congrats. You've been having a good day kind of scalping around that range today. Yeah, seriously. The market decided that was far enough on my short. That's why as soon as we got down kind of that RCH view up, I'm like finger on flatten here because it looks like this is just going to continue to be choppy and a hot mess. But I will take my $600 and reset for the next trade.
All right. Pushing back up. Another test of this midpoint of the prior day here. This has been the top side of both the ES and the NQ so far. Is
or mid based on an opening? Yeah. So that that little purple OR mid line that you're seeing, like, yes, that is based on the first 5 minutes of RTH.
All right, popping above most recent highs here. Let's see if I'm going to be, this is, like I said, 10:30. This is the 25-minute from my entry. So this is where I'm like, okay, time to make a decision. And that bar looks really good. That's going to be turning up here in the NQ and ES. So I'm going to leave my targets as is. My next target is 68.96 half here for the ES and 24,968 for the NQ. And then my bigger target is 69.03 here for the ES. And then I have a runner in the NQ, which is like probably going to take all day to hit. Probably not going to trade. It gets all the way up at 25,280s. So if I can get this ES off, I will be just sitting on that NQ for the rest of the day for the dog and pony show. The dog and pony show is over this morning. What time do we start? What time do you start, Nick? I'm up. Honestly, today my first alarm rang at 7 a.m. Central.
Yeah, I'm usually up at 5. I work out, and then I'm probably at my desk by like 7:15. Just because I do other things too. But that's just the schedule with the baby. This morning, last night my wife had a girls' night, and the baby decided to wake up. She's teething currently, so she woke up at 3 a.m. and I went in to take care of her, and I fell asleep in the nursing chair from 3:30 to when my alarm went off at 6:30 this morning. So I've had a fun overnight. But yeah, I'm usually up at the desk and at least active doing stuff by like 7:30 every day.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to all those dads out there.
All right. We really need to keep going in the ES here just because I've been in 25 minutes and not hit my first target. So I don't really like that, but I still feel comfortable in my trade. But kind of just debating on taking it off. We're also with the pop-up through the most recent high a little stronger here than the ES and the NQ getting through those morning highs. So I think pullbacks are a little better there for the remainder of the morning. Yeah, the teething phase, big drool phase.
That's not fun. What time do I go to bed? I usually like to try to be in bed by like 8:30, 9 every night. And like if I'm watching TV or I'm reading or something. But I try to at least start that wind down routine.
Next question is
9.
Do you wear footy pajamas?
I do not.
Guess it's probably too warm in Texas.
I mean, I like my house to be like frigid at night, but the baby once again has changed my lifestyle because you can't have a house at like 66 degrees when you have a baby. Just doesn't work that way because you're not going to put them in like fleece onesies in the middle of the summer because you're cranking the AC that high.
All right, I'm closing my ES just because I'm 25 minutes without a target. What do you sound like when you snore? These are great questions, guys. Keep them coming.
That's early, guys. You guys understand? Like, I go from 5 a.m. workout to as soon as I'm off screen, trying to be a very like present dad and hang out with the baby as much as I can in the afternoons, and then put her down by 7:30, and eat something, and try to then relax. It's a long day, so yeah, I kind of love kind of winding things down around 8 o'clock. I'm also just a natural like homebody as it is. So get another chance to break out here? What are we doing? A lot of absorption here in ES, like the 6890s, 88s. Nick wears his beaver outfit to bed. Yes, the Bucky's onesie. I wear that to sleep. No, but I did see a video yesterday of someone trying to slander the good name of Bucky's, that they don't understand the hype. And I couldn't tell if it was rage bait or someone just trying to hurt me. But they are wrong.
Betrayal.
Oh, it's PTSD to my childhood right there. Big Halo 2 guy.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time I realized I had serious ADD when the only thing I would pay attention to was Halo 2.
I mean, I feel you.
Landline games, take me back.
Back in the best was like massive like LAN games of like Battlefield 2 back in the day. Everyone's just on a PC at a place and you're just playing like massive, like 64 person.
Those were the days.
Times were simpler back then.
Yeah, I feel you on the getting away from the screens though and being present. It's definitely one of the things that like I have to hyper focus on. Putting down your phone, not being able to get anybody to be able to get a hold of you. Obviously, not at the desk. Otherwise, I get adrenal fatigue, which is just like from staring. I don't even know if that's a real thing, but it's like from staring at the screens all day, being hyper focused on trading with like the emotions tied to it. Man, It's draining.
It is 100%. Well, apparently, Jack, we had too much fun the last like month of Thursdays, and they decided to just slow us down a little bit.
Somebody had to hit the brakes, Nick.
And we do have like 40 points of range in ES and 200 points in NQ, so it's not like it's nothing. But compared to Thursdays past, this is pretty boring.
Do we trade options? I'll answer for myself. So I think day trading options and futures at the same time is very difficult, and I do not participate. I think it's too much for me. But if I really believe in a company and the technicals line up, I will take a few times a year long dated leaps in that company with high deltas. But other than that, no.
I haven't done leaps in the last few years. I used to do that when I was actually like working a real job, because I was much more in the weeds, I would say, of companies that like in meetings with clients, like you're hearing other vendors and things that are up and coming in the space, and then you look it up and it's undervalued and you see like not many people are really hyped on it yet, but you're hearing it from more like, in my position, like CTOs and things. So in the software names and stuff, like that was how I kind of would base leaps off like who's starting to show up in tech stacks around the world. But once I got away from that, it was hard for me to make some sort of those indications. And other than that, I mean, every once in a while I do dabble in the zero DTEs when I'm feeling spicy. But for the most part, no, futures is all I need. I would not say that's not insider trading. That's just me knowing that certain companies are using certain vendors and me thinking that there are plenty of good buying opportunities in some of these names. I'm seeing them more used in the space.
Actually, I just picked up Amazon calls 2 days ago. Let's see what that thing's doing. Nothing today.
Yeah, Amazon got killed.
Yeah.
Off their earnings.
But I saw Nancy Pelosi went long and it gave me a lot of confidence. I was like, well, then I might as well join the world's best trader in this position.
Nick, how long did it take you to become profitable on day trading? That's a different way for me to think about it. I mean, it took me a good 2 years, but I would say like me getting profitable was me significantly or taking like significant size payouts with some of the prop firms out there. Like that was kind of how I did that. And then I started using that to like, cause when I started trading futures, I funded a personal account several times, blew it. And at that same time, I had gotten laid off and kind of discovered props and then was only using props while I was looking for a new job because I had already kind of blown an account or two on the personal side and didn't feel like continuing to do that as I was learning. So props helped me kind of shorten that learning curve and actually get paid. So that was the logic. So I was profitable that way first and then reinvested in cash accounts.
Well, I'm glad I flattened out here. So we are just not doing anything. I flattened out the ES at least. Don't feel bad about that exit. Do not accuse Nick of insider trading. This is a man of a high moral standard. He would never.
Yeah,
Markets don't move in straight lines. That's news to me.
You guys are funny. I don't know if I want to reoffer this. I kind of do again in the same spot.
Yeah, I want to see a shake. Honestly, I want to see a move like either below that low that we popped up from where you covered. Like I want to see something out of this range to like kind of re-engage here. I'm just a little bored with it. I don't know. I think the market's just doing what the market's been doing, which is gyrations of sideways movement. We go to the, I mean, on the daily chart, we are at near the bottom of the range, or we're coming off near the bottom of the range. I think there's a much more room from an asymmetrical bet higher than there is lower. They say don't short a dull market. This market, there's probably no better word for it than dull. And Deli mentioned this morning that we are in the tightest range since 1966 in the S&P 500 up to this date, which that's pretty crazy. But as day traders, that is advantageous for us. In and out.
Let's see.
Did somebody hit pause on the ES?
Yeah, somebody try unplugging the spoos and plugging it back in.
Reboot.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow morning, but I mean, we've had worse. It's not that bad. We've had some trades. Jack caught some longs. I caught a decent little scalp short. So there's been plenty of trades, but we very much are in a range bound session.
I've hit 4 trades to target, so
yeah,
I'm actually happy.
And I got mine. I just could not get out fast enough. But we went right to that OR mid.
That's the thing that I really like about like risking ATRs, because it's letting you know what you should be expecting from the market, both in like the stop size which you have, as well as targets. Because if you're expecting extremely large targets, or in slower markets, or using very small stops in fast markets, you're kind of just putting yourself at a disadvantage. So you really got to be aware of what we're doing. Like what should you expect? I mean, of course, there's always the unexpected. After all, we are trading the markets, but using historical data as traders is our job. That's all we got to go off of. I use the last 10 bars of information. So regardless of what time frame I'm looking at, it's going to be that last 10 bars. I'm about to just close out of this NQ now too, because we are stalling. And I'm up 100.
See if I can get another push back down to like 80s and just cover this and call it a day.
Yep, flat NQ, 126 points.
There we go. Oh, that's what you want to see. All right, there's my 80s. And she's going.
That was solid. I exit my long, you got short. Bada bing, bada boom.
Let's see, a little more. No, good enough. All right, I'll take 50 points, 48 points, whatever.
Nice trade. That is sniper action, ladies and gentlemen.
Anyone wants to see how I trade full-size minis like 3, like that way, that would be a very example with 1. You'll see me see something, I enter, scale out 30, 40, 50 points, try to hold a runner with 1 maybe for more than that. But that's how quick I sometimes execute and get in and out.
I like the upgrade of the name, Nick for points.
But in range bound, like D-shaped profiles like this, like that's kind of how you have to play it. You can't be greedy and finally think you're in the way to get the range break. Just doesn't seem to work that way. And when I'm greedy holding shorts in a day like this is when I get scratched back, break even, or let it completely round trip me. So I'll take that trade. And as you can see, if we push back above 880s, like it's exactly the type of market we're in right now. The scalper's paradise today, because we are getting some decent, 30-point rotations back and forth in NQ. You are patient on your entry.
So ATR and stop. So I am simply measuring, if you look at the top of my screen, probably have to increase the pixelation on your YouTube, but there's a yellow code at the top of my screen, and that is giving me the 10 bar ATR right now, which is actually, so I take the 10 bar average range. So I take the last 10 bars and I multiply it by 1.5. So if I'm trading a 5-minute chart, I give myself like 50% or 50% greater than the average we're moving. That's kind of like my idea of what I should be right in. To be right in within 1 bar is a little sharp for me, especially in like fast, like wild markets. And so that's kind of my expected, that's what I put my stop at. So right now that's 80 points. That may be a lot for most people, an 80 point stop. I mean, that's a pretty big stop, but that's what we're moving on average every 10 minutes multiplied by 1.5. And then I let the trade play out, and then I make another decision. The ES, it's 16.5, which is, obviously the 16.5 is a lower risk per contract than the NQ at 80.
How do you put your stops, Nick? I usually will use, point values. Somewhere between 10 and 15 is about the most I'm willing to risk with minis, depending on, the day and the ATR for the session, like how volatile things are. But this one was more location based because I entered and kind of dropped it to like 9 points, 9.5, I think it was. I was just trying to basically be out. If we came back into this little box here, was going to assume we might be chasing like a new high of the day if we came back up. So I'd rather be out and not get run over when we do finally break out of the range to the upside, because we are still kind of making like higher lows and still just somewhat drifting up in this range. So not trying to be greedy. Take the money. Like us trading back up to like 930 and stopping me out there, I wouldn't have assumed I was wrong. It's just we're still obviously going to be range bound, or it's going to finally push above 960s. So either way, I don't really want to be sitting short and from 918 if we're trading above 930s, which is the value area high basically for the session. So yeah, most of my stops, slight point value, but I mostly will base it on some aspect of structure. Whether it's if I'm trying to short the top edge of a range, like my stop set a new high of the day or just in front of it, that kind of thing. That's why I can take those like low risk, high reward type entries, like not necessarily trying to call a top or a bottom, but it just lets me run a tight stop and think, what I'm seeing on order flow is going to actually get the reversal in that situation.
All right. We don't got much time left. So before we go, we need that like count over 500. It is at 471. We got 1,100 of you guys watching. So that means at least half of you have not helped us out. I want these likes before 11 o'clock, please. For hitting 4 trades, Nick's hit 2. We hit 6 trades to target here today, guys. I liked it. I appreciate it. I know many of you have already partaken in the liking, but it helps boost the reach of the channel, which increases the amount of cool things Ninja's going to do. And like I said, I get fired if you guys like me. There we go, 5:30. That's a quick 60 pumps, as we got a few minutes left.
Yeah. Let's make sure we get all the likes before these two come in here and try to take credit.
That's definitely what I was doing.
You're just
we're still
going
to take credit.
Good morning, chat.
What's up, guys?
Hey, how you doing,
Morning,
Salma?
good morning.
Salma, did you like those levels I gave you at the end of the day yesterday? Did you...
Honestly, I can't even remember yesterday.
I know.
So mentally drained by the end of the day yesterday.
What happened yesterday at the end of the day? Oh, this colossal dump fest.
Yeah, I just gave
so
out
boring.
2 Asia levels I was taking. Salma was talking about hating on Asia, and I gave out 2 different trades in the ES and the NQ that were basically within the low of the overnight session before European Open within like 5 minutes. But that's kind of how I trade Asia, just limits and then let it go, see what happens.
Me doing that when I first started trading would have saved me a lot of pain.
Just limits or what?
Doing limits during the overnight, if I really had levels that I wanted to interact with rather than trying to like force action, because I feel in the beginning, every trader feels like they need to always have a trade on for some reason. If the market's open, they always need to have some aspect of risk. That's part of I think the learning curve in this game is realizing you don't need to do that. And if you really want to, if you're confident in a spot, that's what limits are for. You don't need to sit there and watch it the whole time. You can just set
Yeah,
your
for-
entry, your stop, and just go on with your life.
It eliminates the reactionary impulse that like is a bad habit for me, where I'm just like, I need to be in.
Yep.
Instead, I have like something out there. I'm like, I still have a piece of the action. I'm waiting.
Yeah, I kind of wish I set a limit yesterday during Asia. I was anticipating that drop that we had, but obviously I wasn't awake for it. And it would have just been nice because it literally came up to a level I had at 912. Had I just set my limit there, it would have hit while I was sleeping. And then, by the time I woke up, I would have been able to manage it. But yeah, I'm glad you caught a trade though, Jack.
Thank you. Whose
welcome.
screen are we watching? Is that you, Leo? You
Mine.
rocking this? Oh, you rocking
That's
it?
me.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, I took longs, but I took longs off of the 4-hour time frame. It just looks like, in my opinion, it looks like we want to go higher. And, I feel like all week I've been getting faked out watching the smaller time frames. So just gonna hang out on the 4-hour, take my trades based off of that. And then I would like to target 912. It's a very aggressive target as of right now with the way we're moving. But I think if we can clear this area, then I don't see why we don't go up there.
Yeah. Cool.
We'll see though. I think probably like Nick, the way you've been moving with the whole like scalping, getting in and out, probably would have rewarded me more than just holding this. Because I was green right before you got into your short. But I'm like, nah, F it, I want to hold. And so, yeah, probably would have made more money just scalping it back and forth.
Mm-hmm. Like, Leo, how many times have you been an OR mid enjoyer today? Because it's worked both sides a few times.
I haven't really had a chance to take a look at a trade this morning, so zero. But I know a lot of people have been taking that same trade.
Yeah, a couple like to the tick bounces off it. To the long side.
Cool. Well, best of luck to you guys. Slow but tradable.
All right, take care, guys.
We'll find something.
Take care, Leo.
We'll find something, I'm sure. See you, Jack. See
Later,
you, Nick.
Later, Salma.
Bye, Nick. Bye, Jack. What's up, Leo?
And we meet again.
Yes, we do every single Thursday, except next week. Why you flaking?
Is that like a regular occurrence now?
Yeah, but next week you're not. So what's that about?
My wife has surgery.
Oh, okay. We'll let that slide.
Yeah. Thank you.
We'll let that go. No worries.
Yeah, thanks.
I'll be on with Stowe that day, so it's fine.
Oh, he'll be fun. You might actually ditch me for Stowe because he's a little more entertaining than I am.
We'll see about that. I'll get back to you next week. And you know what? Stowe actually responds to my texts.
Does he? I'm sorry.
He does.
I do respond to your texts.
Guys, in the chat,
saying that I don't.
Hold on. Chat, I need to know if you text someone and they react to your text.
With an emoji, hilarious
with
emojis.
An emoji, like they thumb you up or they put some laughing thing. Is that a response? I need to know, is that a response? Cooper says that's a response. Cooper, you're lying, bro. That is not a response. Guys, you're joking. No way. What?
Look, I'm right.
Bro, what? If I text someone, I expect words back. I don't know. No way. For a 40-plus man, that's a novel. That's actually hilarious. No, that just makes me not want to text Leo anymore. I'm like, yo, screw this.
That's bull.
No, I'm not texting you anymore.
I have a strong emote game. Like, honestly.
You do. But like, I also need like some words. Bro.
Okay, next time I'm going to send an emote with some words.
Guys, no, I would literally text, and it'll be important stuff. It's not like bullshit. If it was bullshit, I'd be like, okay, yeah, no worries. It'll be like it deserves a reply, and he'll just laugh at it, or he'll thumb me up or something. I'm like, yo, screw this.
Did the text warrant a response? I mean,
It did. It really did. I think so. Damn, at least I got the chat to wake up.
We missed the trade.
That's okay. The trade will come again.
I'm just going to start sending emotes to you.
I will block you. I'm never going to text you again. Oh, and then the best part is I texted him saying, "Did you really just not respond back?" He emotes me again on that message. I was like, yo, you can't be serious.
It's all good fun.
Leo would rather receive a K than a thumbs up. Noted. I'm going to start thumbing him up.
How reliable is the OR mid on the second and third? To be honest, I haven't tested that. Like, I haven't back tested it. I will take it multiple times. Right now, I would not take it just because of how many times we've tested that area. I would expect that if we get to the 60s again, that sellers are finally able to crack these lows. Because really in the context, if you look at it, the 30-minute chart here, we have two large responses from the week open, essentially. There was this one yesterday, and then this one today. Is that yesterday? Sorry. Yeah, so yesterday and today. So buyers are responding down here. But then at the top edge of this profile, the sellers are also defending after this little liquidation yesterday. It's very choppy. I mean, obviously we're seeing that. So I would expect like, okay, well, the story I'm telling myself right now is, okay, buyers are, responding down here, but they're not carrying it forward up here. And sellers are initiating up into this range. So we can see it pretty clear. So these lows, I think, are, ripe to be cracked. And then we'll see what happens after that.
Yeah, I don't love this price action.
The new DOM is awesome. I agree. I think it's amazing.
It's still in beta, right?
Yeah, I think a bunch of people got it yesterday. Thanks, Dallas. We're working on documentation, and then we'll get it out to we'll make it available for everybody. It certainly is goated. I would agree.
Good morning, Chris. Chris trading boxes.
Oh, hello, Chris. You eating tacos out there trading? Tacos and trading?
I don't think he eats tacos on Thursdays.
No Taco Thursday?
I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing. Right hand on the mouse, left hand holding a taco. That's hilarious. Chris, are we going to go up or down? I know you have a magic 8-ball.
Is that OR a NinjaTrader indicator? No, it's just okay. The opening range 5-minute it's not an indicator. It's just it just exists. So all we do is take the high and the low of the first 5 minutes, draw that range, and then plot the mid. What's cool about that, though, is that this new DOM has those levels, which you can use as well. They're really, really gonna bait me into taking this long. After me saying that I wouldn't take it. Yeah. Well, I'm going to commit to my refusal to take this trade. So the new DOM has the levels for the opening range, the 30-second and the 5-minute, as well as the extensions. So you're talking about, packs, targets 15-point rotations on ES. Those will automatically be plotted on the on this NinjaTrader DOM. as someone that does not watch the DOM, I'd love if there was a course on the new one. So we'll have documentation on setup and usage, and then we'll put out some content on, how to actually use a DOM in real life if you don't know, if you've never seen one before.
Yeah, that would be cool for us newbies.
Can you see my settings for leg to leg? This one is still the OFL one. We're working on one that is, free. But I don't know. Do you want a screenshot? Do you want me to give you a screenshot of it? Here. I'm not sure if it'll totally come through. You want to take like a snapshot of that real quick? But that one is part of the OFL package. We're working on creating one that's for free as well.
Someone say free?
Yeah, absolutely free, and free are two things that are commonly used here on NinjaTrader Live.
Guys, if it's free, then it's for me. I don't even use the DOM. I want it. Just because it's free. Yeah, sign me up.
Hey, it's, you can get rid of that book map, right?
Dude, we don't say that word on here.
I'm allowed
Nobody
to say
knows
it.
I use that.
I'm allowed to say it.
I think it's a good spot just to kind of start, but I'm not going to say anything more. Hi, Pablo. Speaking of books, don't bring it up.
It's free, but we don't know if it will be absolutely free yet. Too expensive. I would say, when is it coming? About a week to 2 weeks. I just need to work on the documentation and put some videos together, all that good stuff. It does take a little bit of time to do that. I know you guys think I'm just like, absolutely just here 24/7 putting all this stuff together, but it's just me and a developer. In-app purchases. Yeah, you have to watch an ad every 5 minutes to continue to use the DOM. That's why it's free.
Can you imagine you're in the middle of a trade?
It's like, please watch this ad for Nike.
It's like not until 45 seconds later can you exit out of it.
Mm-hmm. We need a Leo approved workspace. We can do that. We can work on that.
Eddie. Oh God.
Just don't let XY market it. He'll charge double for the cost of free. He probably would.
He'd charge you guys free 99.
Don't let XY fool you. He's a businessman.
He's entering his influencer era.
You're starting to take heat and getting cortisol lowering coffee ad. That would be incredible. Could you imagine? If you had to watch like a calming ad to continue in your trade, like, here's magnesium. You're taking a little bit of heat on this trade. Have you ever
You
tried
gotta meditate to
Calm?
keep watching it. Are you two up or down right now? I don't know what that means. This is my first trade on the day.
Are you in a trade right now?
Yeah, I'm still in these longs. I'm not exiting.
Okay, gotcha.
It's either going to be a TP or stop loss.
Yeah, well, there's that OR mid again. We
Yeah,
watched
I
it.
mean, honestly, NQ right now. Here, I'll pull up an NQ chart so you guys can see what I'm talking about. On the 4-hour, NQ, okay, NQ looks better for me than ES does, and as long as we can clear this 9 EMA on the 4-hour, we can push higher. Okay, obviously, still a lot of time for this 4-hour candle to close. Compare it to ES. ES is not looking as good, right? There's a little bit of divergence, right? This current 4-hour candle is red on ES, on NQ it's green. I do think that, we go higher. We'll see though. And then if we do go higher, my target ultimately would be a sweep of this candle here, a sweep of 912. So that's what I'm holding for. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. And today, might be one of those days that, what I was telling Nick before is it might be just one of those days where it's better to scalp back and forth. And honestly, I'm not much of a scalper, so I like to just get in, hold, and I'm not really hanging out on the shorter time frames just because I want to avoid getting faked out. I've been getting faked out all week so far. Tuesday, yesterday, so just trying something different. Up or down? Yes. Precisely. Yeah, Dave, yesterday was a tough day. It really, really was. And I was saying it on stream. A couple people disagreed, but unless you caught the morning opening drive or chase longs at the open, then all we did was sit and chop for like 3 hours. And then it looked, every time I thought it looked good for shorts, it would just get invalidated. And then, of course, as soon as I gave up and my patience wore thin, we dropped. So yeah, yesterday was definitely a day that I think got the best of people. And once again, unless you caught the open, it's really tough read. Nothing wrong with that either. So
I
some days
definitely
it's like that.
I was getting trolled yesterday pretty hard for getting short up at the highs, and I watched that afternoon liquidation with a bit
With
of
the
joy
smile
in
on
my
your
heart. Yeah.
Oh God. I mean, I don't know. I got trolled for not taking the shorts. So you can't win, Leo. You really,
You
really
can't.
cannot win.
Yeah, you can't. You can't win.
It's okay. It's like just this is why you gotta just do you. And it's funny because yesterday was Vixpiration, and I typically I'm aware of it, but I don't let it take into account when I do take a trade. And for whatever reason, it just kept lingering in the back of my head. And so I was kind of hesitant on setups that looked good. And then I was doing the opposite of what I wanted to do. So yesterday was really, really tough for me. Just not following through on my initial thoughts and then kind of backpedaling and doing something completely different. So yeah, not the easiest day.
I mean, Kane and I got a couple of good shorts off at the open. I think I was able to, capture some profits. I think Kane held on to some of the trades before he got stopped out. Or sorry, he held on to some of the trades to stop out, to get, he didn't get any profit out of them. And then we took a couple of shorts at the top of the range. So after we broke out, we just sat and watched it because we weren't long. And then I took a couple of shorts at the top of the range, and they didn't work on stream. But then later on, I got back into them, and I watched that liquidation with joy because obviously for the P&L, but also for the trolls.
Chubby, it's sometimes it's very hard not to focus on the negativity, right? Sometimes negativity can be louder than positivity, even when you're trying to just tune them out. So we have 1,000 people watching. You don't know who's here to support you or who's here to bring you down. Your Jamaican baby TM says, "How's Ramadan going?" So far, so good. Can't complain. Thanks for asking. Smart Chuck, I'm not sure I understand. What do you mean? Do I want 2200? I don't know what that means. And thank you, Wit. I really appreciate that. Um, I'll be the first, honestly, to admit when I don't have a good read on the market or when something, because when I do have a good read on the market, I'll make sure you guys know. I'll be very vocal about it, and I'll be very vocal about it when I don't have a good read. So, yeah.
We're
Smart Chuck, I
starting
don't look at.
to
Go ahead.
we're starting
Just
to get
type
up
it.
here to an area I would want to try a short. I'm gonna give it a shot. Kind of break the top of this, little range here. I'm looking, the market's kind of reverting right now, right? Chop. So when we break the top of this range with a bit of exhaustion, I think it's worth taking a short. And then if it doesn't work, then obviously, we're more likely to break out. But it's a good trade for me to take at the edge of this.
Yeah, it looks like NQ wants higher. Let's
No, it
see
doesn't,
what.
Salma. It wants lower.
No, no, I'm sorry. I mean, I honestly, where I see like potential reversal on NQ would be 997. I have a fib level up there, and obviously, 25K psych level. But also watching the Russell looks really good. It just cleared 60s. And if it can continue, it's been the one leading us higher, or it's been the one leading in general the past couple sessions. So it could be the one leading us higher today. I don't know. I'm sorry. Right now, I'm bullish bias. But doesn't mean you can't catch your scalps. I'm holding for however long this trade takes.
I got stopped. So there you go. So you win.
No, I don't want to win. I want us both to win. Want us to eat.
I'm still looking for this short. Take one more shot at this. I probably should have scaled into it, but it's only a 3 lot.
Are you signed up for the competition?
Me?
Yeah.
What up? The one that's on the second?
Yep.
Not yet.
No, you better get to it.
Is it time to make a bet?
I don't know, because this one's more than one day. So if I'm not mistaken, it's an entire week.
Oh, it's a whole week?
Yeah, it's not a 1 day comp. Let me actually, before I just say stuff off the top of my head, let me double check that. Hold on. Yeah, so it's showing me start date is the 2nd and then end date is the 6th. So it's 4 days. If you guys have no idea what we're talking about, in the pinned at the top of the chat, there is a pinned message. NinjaTrader is hosting a March Market Madness competition. It's kicking off March 2nd. It's a 4-day competition. There's 20K in prizes. Top 100 people win. Guys, it's a no-brainer. You should join. And if it's for nothing, at the end of the day, it's for fun, right? So even if you don't place in the top 100, just say you took part in a comp. I'll be trading it.
I feel like
and obviously, go ahead. What?
I feel like a return of our bet is in order.
We can do that, sure. Yeah. We can talk about it once it gets closer. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, guys, it's no risk to you. You're trading basically a simulated account. Your beginning balance is 50K. First place winner wins $2,000, and so forth and so on. 100 people win some type of cash, and then you can trade 2 minis on ES and Q, 2 minis on crude, and then you can also trade the euro, the 10-year, and gold micros.
Oh, they just took 300 lots here. 55. So buyers may be able to push the thing. Otherwise, we're going down.
No, let's go higher.
Put a couple more in.
Your Jamaican asks, how do I join? At the top of the chat, NinjaTrader has a pinned message. Maybe they can drop it again in the chat now. But there's a link. Click on the link. You can join. Free to join. And yeah.
All right, sellers, come on. It's your time to shine.
Dude, ES is just lagging. Come on.
So we're getting multiple offers on this order book, 300 lots. One of them was filled. The other one put on and then pulled off. Definitely a key area here.
Do you have like a level? What are you seeing on NQ?
I mean, it's the IB high. It's yesterday's close. And then,
okay.
there's just tons of offers coming in, just to, passively sell this thing. Nobody's really, there's some sell side activity, like from an aggressive standpoint, but it's not strong enough yet. I mean, they are selling into this bid, but the bid is, we're starting to see that shift though. Bid's very, very stout, despite that offer up there at the 55s.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we keep selling off from, so might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, there we go. Break this V range, please.
Russell also rejecting previous week mid. I hope you're happy, Leo.
I'm happy.
Good.
Take a couple of contracts off here. Pull my, I don't need to, pull my stop in. Maybe we can watch this crack that OR mid if it wants to. The stars are just when the order flow flips from aggressive buying to aggressive selling, or aggressive selling to aggressive buying. The Dom is amazing. The queer, you see the pressure. Yeah. I'm happy that you guys are enjoying it, and it's working very nicely. The performance is, that's one thing that I wanted to make sure we nailed, was the performance, and I haven't heard one person complain.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of positive feedback.
Where's the Dom after you import it? You just go to new, and then it's at the bottom under strategy builder. It should say Dom beta. Is the free Dom free at the moment? Yes, it's free. Do I use ATM strategies? Yeah, I mean, when I put an order in, there's a stop that goes in automatically. Let's go.
What's your target?
Well, we just surpassed it, 20, this bulk of volume here, but we got some momentum, so I'm just gonna let it run for these two, and then I'll take off one. Probably at the or mid, or if we just fly through this, I'll just take it one off at the mid. I would expect this type of momentum to break. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take one now. So I got one left, and see if it can run.
The target is 0.
It's always 0. Is the free tax included? Yes. You signed up, but you didn't get the link for the DOM. So I got in trouble from Twitter for sending too many DMs. I can have the chat or NinjaTrader resend the link here if they're open to doing that again. Let me find where's my chat?
They did it already.
Oh, okay, cool. So you can download it there. You just download the zip file, import it. So once you download the zip file, don't download each file, download the zip file. Pay for X premium. I do. I don't know. I do. I pay for X premium. Anyways, go to tools, import NinjaScript, and then we do click new and then DOM beta. You'll see it.
Yeah, Mr. Market, I think X just stops you from DMing people if you spam DMs.
Yes, I sent like 20 DMs and then they basically time me out.
Yeah, you can't send whatever to X amount of people in X amount of time. Doesn't matter if you pay for premium or not. Just based off of this movement, I'm watching the Russell and Q and ES 4-hour. ES seems to be the weakest, just basing it off of, how the 4-hour candle looks like. Russell the strongest right now. Multi-Boston. I mean, yeah, I'm mostly a price action trader. There's people like Leo out there who use order flow, but just basing it off of what I'm seeing right now, price action wise, yeah, it's not, I wouldn't say predict, but I have an idea of what might happen.
I think anybody that tells you you can predict what's going to happen is somebody that you should run away from.
You should block them immediately. Yeah, it can go the other way, but so everything is time-based, right? So everything I'm saying is based off of what I'm seeing right now. Now, in 30 minutes from now, things can change and it can look different. So yeah, just take things as what they are right now.
Normally, I would be happy to add to this trade on a pullback like that, but consider the action here is we just have a bunch of chop, so it wouldn't really do me any good to worsen my entry price. Considering that this pullback could have likely just gone all the way back to my original entry. But I do, for when we do start to get into trending moves, I do look for those pullbacks, as places to add to positions. I predict what will happen and is what is currently happening, and then I react to it not happening.
That just made my head hurt.
That's funny.
COD M, is that for COD Mobile? I need to know.
What's tomorrow, guys? What's happening tomorrow?
Options expiry. OPEX.
What else is happening?
Is tomorrow your birthday? You say it like tomorrow.
PCE.
Oh. You say it like tomorrow is so important. I'm like, Leo, when's your birthday?
March. I'm fixing to be 42.
March when?
You want me to tell everyone my birthday live?
Yeah, of course. So we can.
No,
yeah, hell yeah. So
no.
we can. Yeah, so we can sing you happy birthday.
Fuck no.
All right. I would say DM it to me, but you'd probably freaking emote it.
No, you'll tell everyone.
Nah, I'll keep it on the low. I won't do that to you.
Dom, for NinjaTrader? Yes, it is. You can download it. I'm in Aries. I think that's what you're asking me. Paranoid? No, I just don't want everyone to know my birthday. Is that a fucking problem?
Whoa.
Jeez.
Feisty.
Capiche?
Sheesh. It's probably going to be the same day where he shows up without a hat.
It could be.
Could be. I'm actually looking forward to that day. I'm sick of these hats. There, I said it. Someone had to say it. Leo got rage baited. It's so easy to rage bait him.
Skill issue.
It's literally so easy to rage bait him.
I do it for fun,
I know. Got to give the people some kind of entertainment.
I mean, you're just
getting old and grumpy, innit?
Waiting for this trade to play out.
Hat is the hairline protector, I think, and I could be wrong. I've never seen his hair before, but I think Leo has a good hairline based off of.
It's a full head, great hairline, and you'll see it in March.
Yeah, I'm basing it off of like the pictures I've seen for like the last competition. So.
Hey, Leo, thanks for your Dom. It's very useful. I did very less stupid trades since I use it. Amazing.
That's awesome.
Just pick a random just pick a random day like June 3rd. That's hilarious.
You should market this new Dom as it will make you have very less stupid trades.
Less stupid trades.
Yeah.
If I had NSYNC hair tips, I would show it actually. Where can you download the zip file? You can download it. Production might be able to put the link in the chat again. The big beautiful Dom. I mean, we do need to name it. I don't know. How do you decide if you're set up? Wait, how do you decide if you're set stop right now on the highs or a little above the high like now? I mean, the reality is when we start to break these 930s into this V range here, I would consider closing the trade anyway. So this stop currently, if it was here or here is more or less just like a bit of like an emergency stop, I guess. If Trump tweets and the market goes up 60 points in 5 seconds, then at least I have a stop on. Big Beautiful Dom is a great name. I just don't know if I can get behind that, This should be selling in a lot of optional level 2 data. I mean, and I don't know that anyone really makes any money from level 2 data. I think it's very expensive from the CME. The CME makes a lot of money on it. I'm sure of that. Do I swing trade? I don't. I mean, if you consider like a long-term portfolio swing trading, then sure. But every once in a while, I'll pick.
That is precisely what that means.
I'm talking about like holding it for 10 years.
Oh, no. They're just a long-term trader.
Yes. I don't actively swing trade, no. It's really awesome. Like today I did around $400 just scalping a very small move like this. I usually finish red and upset. That's amazing. I love that you guys are using it. When is the manual coming out? I'm actively working on it literally last night and today and the rest of this week. I'm not a swinger. You're right about that.
They're going to clip that.
Everyone says scalper are market losers. Okay. Don't scalp if you believe that. Is the Dom sort of replacing the leg to leg that you use? No, the Dom has a leg to leg on it. You want to see? Do you want to see? With the power of the internet, I can show it to you. Sharing is caring. See? I only don't put it on some of the streams because it takes up a lot of space. And with the other stuff that I have going on, doing the too wide is difficult. So delta leg to leg, volume profile leg to leg. That's an option. You can also do recent bid ask. You can do just the volume profile. You can do just the delta profile. And these are all leg to legs. And then this line you're seeing right here, that's the OR high for the 5-minute opening range. And then down here is the OR mid. And then down here is the OR low. And then if you're looking for targets, there's targets somewhere. Maybe I don't have them turned on, but there are targets like one here. This would be a target from the 5-minute opening range, which is just an extension of the OR. So that's all there too. How do you use it after you restart NinjaTrader? You click on the new button on the top left of the NinjaTrader panel, and then you click on DOM Beta, and it will launch it. It is fantastic. I agree. The OR can be customized to 5 minutes and 30 seconds. 5 minutes or 30 seconds. If you can get a little help with it, there will be a full manual, usage, video guides, etc. Well, it's all, don't worry. This PA is bullshit.
Yeah, just close the market. I just tweeted that right now. Just close the market. Give me a freaking break.
Give me a break. Break this. Break these lows.
No, break higher. Crazy how many burners Leo has in the chat glazing the Dom. Yeah, guys, that's all
Oh
Leo.
my God.
Leo's got 10 different burners and he's somehow able to multitask on stream, pretend to ask himself questions and pretend to compliment himself. It's
I really
crazy.
don't have time for that. But if you guys think I hired a bunch of bots on Fiverr to glaze me for a free
You're giving him
Dom,
too much credit, guys.
it's just like, that is crazy.
I see what he's using Claude Bot for.
I do use Claude and ChatGPT, but not for that type of BS.
Dude, I should set it up because I have the Mac Mini. I should do something with it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, everyone is using AI and just starting to learn the power of it, I think. The craziest thing that I heard like a year and a half ago and 2 years, like maybe 2 years ago when AI started kind of hitting the streets is that, think about this, Salma, that the AI that you use today, like the Claude used today or the ChatGPT used today or whatever, the current version is the worst that you're ever going to see. Like, it's always going to get incrementally better, like
For sure.
by leaps and bounds. So what you can't do today with AI, you might be able to do tomorrow.
Yeah.
Why'd we go off screen here? What the heck?
I mean, just think
That's
about,
what's
oh my
happening.
God, they're gonna stop me out.
Oh, there we go. Can we get
Are
a
you
pass
happy
through of the
now,
OR?
Leo?
I am.
I'm not.
I think I might just cover.
Give me a Godzilla
Dang, why
candle
are
to
they
the
buying?
upside.
Why are they buying before I can even take profit? I wanted to take profit at the mid.
You know, and I want $1 million. Sometimes those things just don't happen.
All right. Isn't ready. It's my fault. Winner, winner.
Chicken dinner. Good job.
Was there
GG.
news? No, I think it was just there was a liquidation break.
If there's news, I'll post it in the chat. I'm keeping eyes on.
Salma always knows about the news. You need
I
it. What you
do.
need, Salma, is you need a squawk.
I know. What does Tracy use? Because she gets it like so fast.
I'm sure she has a squawk.
I need whatever she has. Thank you, Shapcap. I hope so. Yeah, does Tracy have Bloomberg?
She is the news. Tracy is actually the news.
Yeah.
Guys.
She's awesome. All right, if I get stopped out of this position, that's it. Market's getting closed. Tracy Terminal. Tracy knows all. Someone's got to tell Tracy to get on and see all the nice things chat is saying about her. All right, Mr. Market's got the right idea. Let's get the stream to 700 likes, guys. We're only 80 likes away. Think we can even hit higher than that. We've got 1,000 people watching. Don't do it. Chris, no, I'm not long. I'm still holding my short. It's obviously not going very well.
Did you flip short?
Did I say I'm holding my short? Did I say I'm
Yeah.
not long? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm long. I'm not short.
Oh,
I'm still
I was like-
holding my
I was
long.
like,
Oh my God.
What the fuck?
Oh God, gotcha. Just joking. No. No. I am still long. It's not going well. I should have flipped short, should have, could have, would have, but I still believe in the long, guys. I still think it looks good. I really do. I think as long as the Russell can hold, what's this level here? 2650. If the Russell can hold the 2650 on the 4 hour, I don't see how we don't go higher. Yeah. She's so long, she's broken. Yeah, sorry, guys. It's been a long, long week. I know, String B. This is why I never long, because the bulls always let me down. It's so much easier and better to just be short. I'm getting it stopped out. No! I gotta stop getting clipped. I'm gonna talk to production. I don't
That
like
was
this.
you? I thought that was actually.
I don't.
I thought that was actually you.
Oh, it's Stella. Okay,
Oh.
cool. Yeah, good. I don't want to get clipped. Let it be somebody else. Yeah, they're gonna. GG. Don't do it. Come on, reverse from here. You could do it.
I'm gonna put a 1 lot long on right here, just to help support your trade.
Dude, honestly, I mean, it's pushed 2 points. I was 2 ticks away from getting stopped. They're gonna stop me out and then rip it. Watch.
No, I don't know. Could return right back into the bulk of this volume up here.
Nope, there it is.
We can.
And just watch that happen.
You got stopped out?
Yep. Seller flooded in. I know. I really wanted to hold this trade too. It's unfortunate. Let's see, I might try it again.
Okay, I got stopped out of my. I was trying to help support your long, you know.
Thanks, dude. I really appreciate that. But this all happened because you were short.
I don't think it was because of me. I think it was because of
No,
the
it was.
300 lot that filled at the 54s and then reloaded, and the market just kind of ran away from it.
Shake my head. Here they go. I see big buyers sitting at 58. Well, I think it's buying.
Oh, Salma now sees the big buyers. Chat. What do you think?
No, I'm not. I don't want to get back in. I'm done. Close the market. Turn it off. Put it in rice. Maybe something. Maybe next week or something we can break out of this range. Order flow convert.
Yes. Accept it. Accept it, Salma. Accept your fate.
But am I really if I'm using what I use? Leo?
What?
Am I really a convert if I use what I use?
If you're using Bookmap, yes, that is there showing order flow.
All right, cool. So yeah, guys, I've been actually doing this for 3 months. I can finally tell the world. Yeah, I'm not that great at it though. It's gonna take me a long time. Probably take me years to get on Leo and XY's level, but we're trying. Oh, thanks, Paul. Yeah, maybe for the afternoon session I can get a trade in, but unfortunately the long didn't work. I still believe in it. The 4 hours still looking good. We do have 2 hours for this 4 hour candle to close, so a lot can happen where things can reverse and the 4 hour and 2 hours from now can go back up. If that makes sense. You already options flow, you might as well order flow. True that. What's up, Jim?
What's up, Jim?
Hey, guys.
Hi.
Well, the IB low in the ES, 68.57. Just saying.
What are you saying, Jim?
Did you take the short with me at the highs, Jim?
I am saying that there was only a 2.6% chance based on a 6-month look back that we were not going to have an IB break, either up or down. We're closer to the downside right now, so I don't think that 2.6% is going to hold.
So you're saying we're getting more downside. All right.
Well, I'm saying that a break is inevitable here, and right now it's looking like the downside.
Mm-hmm.
But if somebody was like short, say from 68.75, which was a 0DT put support, they'd be happy right now.
Oh, well, I shorted 950s.
Oh, you're short at night. Wait, which market?
NQ.
No, let me.
So you're saying there's a chance. Oh, God.
950. Let me shoot over to the NQ.
Oh, I mean, earlier, I'm out of the trade. I'm just saying.
Oh. Wait, so you sold. That's pretty much the IB high.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday's close was up there. There was a big offer that came in with 300 lots. They got filled, and then they reloaded. And I was already short prior to that showing up, but then when they came in, I added a couple more to it, and we got a nice flush.
Yeah.
Look at this rally.
Yeah, I like to look at on the third week when it's options expiration. I like to look at those 0 DTE put support and call resistance levels because you just trade. It's just amazing how many times you just trade around it, like we did today. That's right where the point of control is in the E-mini S&P, pretty much.
Yeah.
They really just did that to me?
Yep.
The week open is 790. 790.
Wow, chat.
There you have it. Well, good job today, guys. Appreciate you being on NinjaTrader Live. Let's give these two a round of applause for a job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see you guys next week.
Well, I won't see you, but I hope you have a great weekend.
You don't.
We're
going
to see Salma this afternoon.
Yeah, I'll be back. I won't see Leo next week because he is flaking on me. It's all good.
I do apologize for surgery.
What?
It's fine.
You're getting surgery?
My wife has a little procedure. It's nothing big.
Got it. All right. Well, we wish her the best for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, joining Salma this afternoon, also, everybody, don't forget, is Joey and XYZ. We're going to start at 2:00, our regular start time. Appreciate all the subscriptions to the channel. It means a lot to us. Me personally, I'd like to thank you for subscribing, for everybody who did subscribe. If you haven't, it's free. You click on the button. It's all super good. So having said all that, we're going to pivot to a end of morning edge report. And thank you, Leo. And I'll see you this afternoon, Salma.
Bye. See you soon.
See you, Jen. Thank you.
Ciao.
Right. Well, here's that E-mini S&P intraday chart, 10-minute chart. And, this is that point of control I'm talking about, right? This is 68.76, give or take a couple ticks. And then right below it, that 68.75 is that 0 DTE put support. Remember, Friday's OPEX, you get a lot of activity around these 0 DTEs when that happens. Call resistance is pretty far away, but the put support is a good kind of reference point for the day's action. And you can see we've traded through that, to that pretty much, I'm going to estimate, ever since 410 to 450 candle, we've traded through that level just about every single 10-minute candle on my screen. Maybe there's a couple of exceptions. So it's acting like a magnet along with a really nice normal distribution on the volume profile so far. Right now, we're spending a little bit extra time below value, which is a little bit worrisome. But on the downside, if we do have that break, right, there's only a 2.6% chance we're not going to have an IB break. We haven't had it on the top. We haven't had it on the bottom. Those are those two parallel white lines that I have. At the top, it's at 68.94 half. At the bottom, it's at 68.57 even. We'll see if it happens. It could be a unique unicorn day with that small percentage not breaking the IB all day long. I don't know. It would be rare. We'll see what happens. But on the downside, we do have some targets here. We have that JAX 1 at 68.50. We have previous sessions lows at 68. 48 3/4. And below that, even, we do have that 1-day min. That's that MenthorQ measurement here of expected distance. That's 68 26 3/4, and the blind spot right below that. And the line, the real line in the sand, is 6,800 down here. That's put support. Shai and Deli talked about that level this morning when we were all together earlier today. This thing turns around on the upside. Well, there's that high vol level, which is kind of important. It's at 6,900 right now. That's kind of where gamma changes. Above that, we have not seen that 0 DTE call resistance yet, or that 0 DTE gamma wall. Let's see how our friend the Bitcoin's doing before we go. We have to see how the Bitcoin is doing. Let's just go to a daily chart really quickly here. Still in that really tight consolidation range. This is super tight. This is kind of small. We talked about it this morning on the show. Literally, the base of that, the top, this is a perfect hamburger bun, by the way. The bottom bun starts at about 65,440. The top part of the bun starts about 68,900. Right in the middle, it looks like a little bit, trying to test those lows kind of. Intraday, though, let's check out the Bitcoin. Right now, we are, again, range bound in the value area right now. That volume profile isn't really the greatest, but we do have a point of control just, a little bit higher than we're at right now. So we'll see. We're trading between that and the JAX 2. The bottom of the conversation, previous session's lows holding pretty good. Remember that daily chart where we saw the bottom of the hamburger bun. We did have a little bit of excitement here on the IB. We had a little bit of, when the bell rang, we did try to probe a little lower. Buyers brought us back in, and we kind of settled to where we're at right now. We are, though, substantively lower than the London initial balance on the Bitcoin. So we'll keep an eye on that. My guess is this is going to go the way of the equity market for the rest of the day. So we'll kind of keep those charts side by side. All right, that was this morning's Edge Report. This afternoon, it's going to be awesome. Salma's coming back. Shai will be here. I will be here. 2 o'clock start time. We have Joey's going to be with Salma and XYZ to trade the close. Looking forward to that. In the meantime, have a nice, relaxing lunch, and we will see you this afternoon.